flared this goblet open, this process is super quick. Only know. Yeah, I have a ton of information. I get questions about how people can start blowing glass themselves. I get questions about the building that we're inside of. And I get questions about just glass in general. So we knock that piece off onto a heated fork, and we're torching the bottom to hopefully just get rid of any leftover sharp ends that might remain. And that piece is completely done. This is going inside of the annealer. I'm not sure if you guys have seen this already, where it cools slowly for about 12 hours. And let's give them a round of applause for completing that goblet. Thank you very much, everyone. Yeah, so each of these goblets, just once again, they're all turning out completely different from each other. I haven't seen any repeats yet today. And this is a really good segue into Goblet Week, which I think I mentioned to some people earlier, but for any newcomers, we're going to have an entire week of goblet making where different professional artists come in each day and they make their own variety of goblets that entire day. That'll be happening January 15 to 19, so it is coming up right around the corner. And since we haven't seen any colored glass in the hot shop today, I'm going to play a video talking about how we get color in our pieces. This is just some general knowledge that you guys should have for the galleries. So could I have the color overlay video, please?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So we created a clear bubble on the end of our pipe, and then we brought over another fresh bit of clear and dropped it on top. This might be a little bit confusing, but I think that what we'll do is we'll heat this up and we'll stuff it inside of a mold. And the idea is to only get the texture on that glass that we applied over top. So only half of the bubble is going to have the texture of the mold on it. Yep, so just as I thought, we're going inside of an optic mold, and this may have ridges going all the way from the top to the bottom of the bubble inside of it. So it looks like we are kind of accentuating this design by pinching those ridges with a pair of tweezers. Just really making sure those ridges pop, I suppose. And the very end of this bubble will probably be completely cut off because there's not a lot of texture just on the very end. I just want to check in and see how many people have seen our visiting artist's work so far. So I know that there have been some new people that have joined here and there. So the slideshow up on the screen, for those who haven't seen it yet, this is some of James Mongrain's previously made artwork. And once again, he's the one who's sitting and working at the center bench consistently today. Everyone else that you see in the hot shop, they're working for the museum and they're assisting James in what he's creating today, which is mostly Venetian goblets, but earlier we did see some other pieces, such as a little pitcher and then a couple of twisty cups as well. So I guess they weren't happy with the way that that pattern was turning out, so they tossed it in the bucket. Yeah, that's a bucket of water over around the corner. We always use it to shock and crack glass off of the pipe that remains, and so off it goes. Yeah, it happens every now and then. So welcome into the hot shop to those who just joined in. Today we have visiting artist James Mongrain, and he's the one who's sitting and working at the center bench. Everyone else around him, they're working for the museum and assisting him today in creating a variety of goblets. Now we are seeing some other items made here and there as well, but I think that we are mostly just focusing on goblets. And this is just something that James is very proficient in. He's been working in Chihuli's boathouse since 1996, and he's considered one of the leading artists of the studio glass movement in the Pacific Northwest. He's been working with glass for a while and is just really proficient in different Italian techniques. And since we're seeing goblet making in the hot shop today, I've been mentioning an event that we have coming up quite a bit. It's relating in the way that it's going to be an entire week of goblet making. So if you really enjoy what you see, then you'll see a variety of different people coming in, and they will be making a completely different variety of goblets. And that will be January 15 to 19. And also, I realized I haven't been mentioning this today. I assumed some people knew, but today we have a special event from 5 to 9 p.m. And since you guys have already gotten admission into the museum, that means that you can just attend this event. It's called Fireside. There's going to be some fire pits outside, and they'll watch the lighted boat parade go by in the Theophos waterway. There will also be special drinks in the cafe. There will be special demos down on the floor and in the grand hall, apparently. And there will be hands-on ornament making, which is really cool. It's something that people can sign up for. Hopefully it's not completely full. So for those who just joined in, I was just sharing a little bit of this information, but just want to reintroduce that we have a visiting artist in here today. His name is James Mongrain, and we are working on making some goblets with him. And he's the one who's sitting and working at the center bench. Looks like we are kind of practicing or trying a new technique. This is our third attempt where we start a clear bubble of glass like so. And then we bring over a fresh molten bit of clear and we drop it on top. And then eventually they stuff this inside of a mold to kind of get ridges through just that fresh molten clear bit instead of all the way throughout the bubble. And can I have James Mongrain's slideshow again, please? So I know a lot of the newcomers didn't get to see this yet, which is why I want to show it off. But up on the screen, there's a slideshow going. And this is all of James Mongrain's previously made artwork. And you can see he's really skilled in different Venetian techniques, different Italian techniques of glassblowing. So far today, we've seen a lot of different goblets. And we've also seen a small pitcher made as well. And a couple of twisty cups, which those are just cups of clear glass that have a twisted kind of spiral pattern around the entire side of the piece. So we've already stuffed this bubble into a mold, which you can see all laid out on the floor to the left of where our visiting artist is working. And these all have different textures inside of them. Some of them have ridges going all the way from the top to the bottom inside of those molds. Some of them have spikes that kind of face inwards and push into the glass. The one we've used this time is one that has those ridges running from the top to the bottom. So we have those ridges on our piece of glass already. Yeah, now we've started to heat this bubble up, and we're very lightly blowing while pulling the end of this bubble out over and over again. And I'm not quite sure why they're doing this yet. I believe it's probably to sharpen the end of the bubble into more of a taper or point. The Sophietta, usually this is used to inflate a piece of glass even after it's been removed from its hollow pipe. But today I've seen them use it to cool the glass every now and then, blowing on it like a hot piece of food, and it cools it down a little bit faster. And next we're completely cutting off the end of this bubble, just leaving us with a bubble that has half pattern, half just smooth, clear glass. And we've just gone in and created the jack line, which is this divot just near the pipe. We'll break the piece off of the pipe from this divot a little bit later on. And next we bring over a small bit of clear, which is attached just to the center of the bottom of the piece. And this is creating something called the ovolio, which is a connection point between the bowl of the goblet and either the stem or the foot, depending on what they attach next. And we've just started another little clear bubble, which will eventually bring over and attach just to the ovolio that we created. I guess this isn't a complete ovolio, it's just this little pad of clear on the end now. And to attach this bubble, we will quite literally just drop it onto the end of our first piece. And this is the point when either they would kind of stretch this bubble out, cut it off, or just cut it off in general. And this could turn into a stem or a blown foot for our goblet. So after heating up this bubble a little bit, we've sectioned it off. And we're going to break this end piece off right here. And I believe that this is opened up, just a very small opening in the end, and we'll be able to flare this open wide like a blown foot. So it looks like this component, in fact, was a blown stem. So we're adding another bit of clear. And with this bit of clear, they will kind of sandwich it between the jacks and a wooden paddle. And this is where we will drop our blown foot eventually, which will be very similar to the blown stem, just a bubble of clear glass. Yeah, so I've been sharing this every once in a while today, but there is going to be a special event tonight here at the Museum of Glass from 5 to 9 p.m. So technically after the time that we usually would close, we're going to be open. And since you guys have already bought admission into the museum, you guys are able to just kind of participate in the event. And it's called Fireside. There will be a bunch of fire pits outside as the lighted boat parade goes by in the Theophos waterway. And there will also be special demonstrations in the hot shop, also in the Grand Hall in the form of flame working. And there will also be different hands-on opportunities like fusion glass, which is kiln-formed glass. And then there's also going to be ornament making opportunities, which is super cool. And that'll be happening down on the hot shop floor. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that you guys knew about the event, just because you guys are already here, you already bought admission, so you can participate in it. This piece of glass that we've been working with at the center bench is super thin, so we've been heating it up very frequently but very briefly. Yeah, this glass heats up really quickly and cools very quickly. So we just have to make sure to keep an eye on it. And we're preparing that bubble for the blown foot right now. And to add this bubble, just like previously, we will quite literally drop that bubble onto the end of our piece that we already have. And after giving it a little puff of air, they cut this bubble off. And then they'll go through the process of opening this bubble up and flaring it open into a foot for our goblet. And we have a really good view of this on the screen, by the way, if anyone hasn't seen that quite yet. So we've sectioned the bubble off into 2 separate sections. We're making sure not to cinch all the way down when we created that divot. So when we break this end piece off, this leaves a small opening behind in that remaining portion of the bubble. And we're just continuing to flare that foot open at this point. And to straighten this foot out, we sandwich it between the jacks and a wooden paddle. After creating the foot, we have to open up the bowl and flare the bowl open, which is the drinking portion of our goblet. And to do that, we attach another pipe to the center of the bottom of the foot and then break the piece completely off of the pipe that it's on right now. It's always a little bit of an exciting, but also a little bit anxiety-inducing moment. So we've just attached that second pipe to the bottom, and to break the piece off, it's really simple with these thin pieces of glass. All they need to do is apply pressure with a cold tool to the area they don't want to break, and then they tap the pipe. Applying pressure like that, this is causing a little bit of cracking, almost on a microscopic level, and then tapping the pipe creates vibrations that travel to those cracks, and it pops the piece right off. So it's kind of the science of breaking a piece off of a pipe, and you'll see that happen again later on when we break the piece entirely off of this pipe. But yeah, from here, we're just heating up the front half of the bowl, which once again is that drinking portion of the goblet, and we'll start to slowly open this up. So we have a really good view here on the screen. We are going in with some tweezers. We're pulling more than we are pinching right here. We're just trying to stretch out the front half of the goblet. And then we'll go in and we will trim all of that excess glass off that we just pinched out using a pair of shears. There are a few different ways to break the glass off of the pipe. So this one right here, they've sectioned that glass off completely. They'll do that same process again where they're applying pressure with a cold tool and then they just tap that piece of glass off. So after very briefly opening the piece, we went in with the Sophietta, which is that cone-shaped tool. And this is an example of us kind of reinflating that glass. The cone blocks off the opening of the piece, and then there's a mouthpiece on the opposite end where we can blow air in. This is to reinflate kind of the shoulder area just around that opening. And then we quickly go in and start to flare this piece open from the inside. And for those who just joined in, you can see that we are getting pretty close to finishing off this goblet at the center bench. And this is designed and made by our visiting artist here today, James Mongrain. He's the one sitting and working at the center bench. Everyone else here, they're kind of just assisting him in creating this work, and they're working for the Museum of Glass. And now, if they're happy with that shape, we'll just start getting ready to break the piece off of the pipe and put it away. So we've just broken it off onto a heated fork, lightly torch the bottom to get rid of any leftover sharp ends, and this piece is done. So let's give them a round of applause for finishing that goblet right there. Here we go, thank you. All right, so this has gone into the annealer. If you haven't seen this box already, it sits at just about 900 degrees Fahrenheit, and we're going to continue to load things inside of it all day today until we finish. Then we just press a button and slowly cool everything inside overnight. And this cycle is about 12 hours, so we won't see those pieces of glass until tomorrow. And now could I have James' slideshow up on the screen, please? So for the newcomers, up on the screen I have a slideshow going. This shows off some of James Mongrain's work, if you haven't seen it already. You can see he works with a lot of Venetian glassware. He's a very proficient glassblower, and he has been working at Chihuli's Boathouse since 1996. He's considered one of the leading artists of the studio glass movement in the Pacific Northwest. And since we're seeing a lot of goblet making today, I've been pointing out especially that we have an entire week of goblet making coming up, and it's quite literally just called Goblet Week. We're doing it every year now. And this is going to be January 15 to 19. A different artist will come in each day and they'll make goblets that entire day, so there will be quite a variety made. And then these are all sold during a little sort of auction or sale on the 18th, along with a wine tasting to make it even more fun. Thank you. Also, I've been trying to mention this to any newcomers today, but the end of the day from 5 to 9 p.m. we're going to have a special event called Fireside. And if you don't know already, you guys have basically free admission to that because you've already come in and gotten admission to the museum in general today. So you might as well stick around for a fun event. But there will be fire pits outside as the lighted boat parade goes by tonight. I think it's at 6:30 or 7 p.m., somewhere in there. And there will be special drinks in the cafe. There will be special demonstrations in the hot shop and in the grand hall, where they'll set up some flame working tables and do some smaller scale glass art. And there will even be some workshops that you guys can participate in if you sign up for them. So we've just blown a bubble of glass into a mold, and then we spiraled that design by kind of twisting the glass. And then we've just attached a bit of clear to the bottom. We've turned this into an avolio. An avolio, it's kind of a hard shape to describe. It is going to be an attachment point between the drinking portion of a glass and maybe the stem or the foot of a glass. It's always what it's used for. So there we've just finished our avolio. You can see how thin and dainty that connection is. That's why goblets are so tricky. They're just all these small components assembled together. If you get anything too hot, then you lose the shape. If you get it too cold, then it just breaks. And we've done that same process where we stuffed the bubble into a mold and then twisted it, except this time we have a much smaller bubble, of course. This is going to be heated up and then dropped onto the end of the evolia, which we just created. And when I say dropped, I do mean literally dropped. So we're holding the pipe upright with that piece of glass we were working on just a moment ago. Then we drop that heated bubble of glass on top and then cut it off. And this can either turn into the stem itself. Sometimes they'll blow a bubble and lengthen it and turn it into a stem for the goblet. Sometimes they will just put the foot onto the bottom right away and they'll kind of skip the stem. So we'll see with what design they're going with this time. So we break off this end section of the bubble. And this has left a small opening behind, so if we were making a blown foot, we would start heating this up and then go inside and flare that bubble open. Now, for those who just joined in, we are working on some goblets right now. These are designed and made by our visiting artist today, James Mongrain. He's the one who's sitting and working at the center bench. And we're already pretty far along in this goblet right here. We've already gotten the bowl portion of the goblet, which of course is the drinking portion, and we've just attached our blown foot and started flaring that open. We're sandwiching it between the jacks and a wooden paddle to perfectly flatten and even it out. And this is the point in where we attach another pipe just to the center of the bottom of the foot, and then we'll break this piece off the pipe it's on right now. So we've just brought that second pipe over, attached it right to the center of the bottom of our piece. When that glass was still hot, we started rolling it on this block, and this is to create a quote-unquote dirty punty. The punty is basically that second pipe, but when I say dirty, that means they are literally kind of dirtying up that connection, which makes it easier to break this pipe away later on. Yeah, because these are such fragile pieces of glass, we want to make sure that connection isn't too secure, which can break the piece before it breaks the piece off of the pipe. So now that we have attached that pipe and then broke it off of its original pipe, we'll be able to go in and start opening this bowl up and finishing off our goblet. So we just cut a little bit of glass off right around the opening of the piece. And this is a little hard to explain, but when we have that connection between the blown piece and that previous pipe, that connection tends to be a little bit thicker. So after breaking the piece off, you'll usually see the glass blowers trim that area or thin that area out in some sort of way before going on and opening up the piece completely. And next I get ready to break the piece off of the pipe and put it away. So we, of course, overall want to keep this piece of glass nice and warm. We want the glass to be at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit when we are working with it in the hot shop or warmer. At 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, the glass is basically completely solid, but it's still just barely a happy temperature for the glass. Then we simply tap the pipe to pop it off. We torch the bottom to get rid of leftover sharp ends, and that piece is completely done. So this has gone inside of the annealer. This is a box that keeps every piece of glass inside of it at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit, and it's going to be cooled all overnight for about 12 hours. All right, so that is going to be lunch. We'll be back in about an hour from now at just about 2 p.m. We'll have the official return time posted on the screen. And thanks for joining in. Yeah, we'll be here till 5 p.m. and then there will be more people here till 9 p.m. Welcome into the hot shop, everyone. So today we have visiting artist James Mongrain in here, and he's the one who is getting started over on the left bench, that pipe in his hand. Everyone else you'll see down on the floor today, they're kind of just assisting him in creating various artworks, which we are focusing mostly on Venetian goblets today. Now these are really impressive pieces of glass. They have all these really intricate small pieces that are assembled together. You'll see it play out in front of your eyes. But I would like to show you guys a slideshow of his artwork just to give you guys an idea of how his pieces turn out. So could I have James' slideshow up on the screen, please? Thank you. Yeah, so for those who just joined in, I have a slideshow playing up on the screen of our visiting artist artwork. Yeah, welcome into the hot shop to those who are just joining in. We're already getting started on our next piece of glass. This is a clear bubble of glass that they stuffed into a mold to get ridges across the surface, and then they twisted that piece of glass just a moment ago to get kind of the spiraling pattern around the entire side of the piece. So today, once again, we've been making a variety of goblets, and earlier we even made some twisted cups and a little pitcher. So just variety of drinking ware. These two metal blades, these are the jacks, and we use them for various things, but one of the most important uses is creating the jack line, which we've just done. That divot near the pipe is the jack line, and this is where we break the piece off of the pipe later on. And we've just brought over a small bit of clear glass and attached this to the very end of the bubble. And is there a way we could get a view of that? No, it's a little bit difficult. So we've taken this bit of glass and we've formed it into something called the avolio. And this is basically a connection point between the drinking portion of the goblet and the stem or the foot, depending on if they want a stem in this particular goblet. And you can see how dainty and thin this piece of glass is. It's something I always want to point out. And because of this, if we get the piece of glass too hot, we could start to lose our shape that we've worked so hard to get. If we get it too cold, then this piece of glass will very quickly break. So this is why they're constantly going back and forth from the furnace to the bench. They're just trying to keep it balanced and just barely warm enough. Now another small bubble of clear glass has been created and stuffed into a mold on the floor. And for those who very recently joined in, those molds on the floor, there are a variety of optic molds. Some of them give us these ridges of, well, just ridges across the surface of the bubble like this one. This is the same thing we did for the larger blown portion of our goblet, which will be the bowl. So this small bubble is very quickly blown out and shaped, and it will be reheated and then brought over and attached to the end of that avolia. And the way that these are attached, they will quite literally drop them onto the bottom of the piece. And once again, this bubble could either turn into a blown stem or a blown foot from here, depending on how they shape it and if they want to open it up. So with this bubble, they have sectioned it off and broken off the end section to reveal a small opening into that remaining portion of the bubble. And this is how they create a blown foot. So it did start off as a bubble, but after they've opened it up, they can go inside and flare it open like a plate. So going on the inside of that bubble with the jacks, you can see how quick this process is. And to finish this shape off, they sandwich it between the blades and the paddle to just make sure everything is really even and straight before they move on. So we've just brought over another pipe. This has a little bit of clear glass as an attachment, and this has been rolled in a sort of material to create a quote-unquote dirty punty. If we were to make a regular punty, we just wouldn't roll it in that material, but this makes the connection a little bit weaker, so when we go ahead and break the entire piece off later on, it comes off pretty easily. And right here, our visiting artist, James Mongrain, once again, the person who's sitting down at the center bench and working, he was not trying to open the piece right at that moment, he was just trying to center it with the pipe on the bottom real quick. And just before opening the piece up, they'll heat up the opening and trim a little bit of excess glass off. This area tends to be a little bit thick where it was previously connected to that other pipe. And this is knocked off onto a heated fork. They'll lightly torch the very bottom of the piece to get rid of leftover sharpness that might remain. And then this goes inside of the annealer, this large black box over on our left wall, to very slowly cool. And let's give them a round of applause for completing their first goblet. Thank you. Yeah, so just to reiterate, that box is at 900 degrees Fahrenheit, so contrary to what you might think cooling down is, it's going to keep it warm, and then when we press a button, it slowly comes down for about 12 hours. So we won't see the piece again until tomorrow. And I know a lot of you guys joined after I gave my initial little spiel, so I want to show you guys our visiting artist's work in the form of a slideshow, which is up on the screen now. So once again, we have James Mongrain in the hot shop with us. He's the one who's been sitting and working at the center bench. He's been working at Chihuli's Boathouse since 1996, and he's a really professional glass artist. He's considered one of the leading artists of the studio glass movement in the Pacific Northwest. And I think this is a really good opportunity to talk about kind of a special week we have coming up. So we have something called Goblet Week each year, where there's an entire week of goblet making, and each day there will be a different artist coming in and creating their own completely different style of goblets for that entire day. And that's going to be happening January 15 to January 19. So that's coming up just around the corner. They even have a day where they sell all of the goblets produced and a wine tasting all at the same time. It's this really nice, big celebratory event, and that'll be on the 18th. So we'll continue to see our visiting artist create a variety of his own goblets. I mentioned this earlier, but I haven't seen a repeat of any style yet today. Each one has been completely different, and they each take about 15 to 30 minutes to complete. Now this big box they've set up in the front, we only see this when they're working with gold or silver leaf. It's so light and we have so much ventilation in here that if we were to just set it on a surface, it would start to blow away. So inside of this box, it's kind of like the opposite of an air hockey table. It sucks air down a little bit and it keeps the leaf down on the table. So we'll roll the glass inside of that box eventually and just kind of pick up some leaf. I also haven't had a really good chance to talk about the hot shop itself yet. So at the very beginning of the process, you see them going inside of this tank with the closed door. And this is our glass furnace. So each time we go inside of there, we're getting new glass on the end of our pipe. It's all just clear inside of there. Starts off looking orange or yellow just because of how hot it is. And that stays at just about 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. So when the glass is a texture of honey, it's at 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. These furnaces with the open faces, these run between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit, so just a little bit warmer to reheat the glass quickly. So at the center bench, we've blown out a bubble and we've created an ovolio on the very end of it, which once again, this ovolio is basically a connection point, which we'll usually attach a stem or a foot to for a goblet. But in this case, we've attached a pipe to the end of that Avolio. So we'll open this cup up, or this bowl portion of the goblet up. And this is telling me that we're probably going to be creating a more intricate stem for this one. We're going to assemble this one into individual parts that have to come together. And since I have such a large amount of people in here, I want to share, just in case anyone didn't already know, that there's a special event happening tonight from 5 to 9 p.m. And since you guys already have admission into the museum, you guys can just attend this event, which is awesome. And this is called Fireside. We'll have a bunch of fire pits outside on the plaza where the boats will go by and the lighted boat parade down on the Theophos Waterway. And then we'll also have special drinks in the cafe. We will have special demonstrations down on the hot shop floor. We'll have flame working demonstrations on the Grand Hall. And there will also be workshops that you guys can ask the front desk about and participate in yourselves. So with the opening of this piece, we pinched out a little bit of that glass with some tweezers, and then we sectioned some of that excess glass off using the jacks, those two metal blades. And this is just glass that will eventually be knocked off. We're not going to use this end piece. Just getting rid of some thickness around the opening. Yeah, I like to highlight our visiting artists the most, but we do have another person that I like to highlight every now and then, Trenton Kyocho on the floor here. He's the one that made our annual ornaments, and yes, he was on the Netflix show Blown Away. I think it was season 3, right? Yeah, season 3. So that's why he's a familiar face to some of you all. So we've pretty much finished opening up this bowl over at the center bench. So we'll get ready to break it off. And what we do is we'll knock it off onto a heated tray. And when we go to pick this up again, we can either pick it up with a heated fork or we can attach a pipe to that same spot that this pipe was attached to. And this is set aside in the garage, so I haven't really highlighted this yet today because we haven't been using it too much, but this keeps pieces of glass warm at just about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which once again is a really happy medium temperature for glass. It's not hot enough to melt it, it's not cold enough to let it break, so it'll just stay in there until we're ready to use it. And if anyone ever has any questions, feel free to grab my attention and let me know. We haven't been working with any colored glass today, so let me know if you're curious about how we get colored glass. I get questions about the building that we're inside of every now and then. Just giving you guys some ideas. Yeah, I'm glad you asked. So the way they get color in glass is a little bit complex to explain by just words, but I actually have a video I can play. But we use something called color bar, and this is a really common way to color glass. So could I have the color overlay video, please?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some
Could we
kind
have it
of
turned
metal.
up a little bit?
For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
Yeah, so just to reiterate, we don't make the color ourselves here at the museum. We instead just get it shipped in that bar form, and it's different metals and minerals mixed into the glass. Now at the center bench, it looks like we're making our foot for the goblet that we were just working on. So we've created an avoglio on the end of this pipe, and we've dropped a clear bubble onto the very end of that. And we'll go through the process of opening this bubble up and then flaring it out into kind of a plate-like shape to create our foot. So we're just creating this goblet part by part. So we've sectioned this bubble off, broke off that end section, and this leaves a small opening behind in the remainder of the bubble. So using this small opening, we'll be able to go inside and flare this open as I was previously describing. And we've just brought another pipe over to the piece of the center bench. We're attaching it to the center of the bottom of the foot that we just created. Then we simply break that away from its previous pipe. So now we have access to the top of the foot, and this is really important because this is where we will start assembling the stem onto the foot, and then of course to finish it all off, the bowl on top of the stem. We've just wrapped a single bit of clear around the top of that ovolio. And our artist went in with a pair of tweezers and just very delicately twisted that single line of clear glass. So now we have a sort of wavy texture around that entire kind of rim. And it looks like we've started picking up some of our leaf inside of this box in the front. Now, more commonly I've seen James Mongrain work with mostly gold leaf instead of silver leaf, so I'm going to assume that this is gold leaf as well. And after getting this glass hot, it was stuffed inside of a mold to give it those ridges. We'll get it hot one more time and then probably get ready to attach it to the top of the foot. And we've just brought over a tray, and it might be a little bit hard to see, but on this tray we have individual little pieces of Morini. Morini are these very detailed pieces of glass. These ones are meant to look like eyes, which we've just placed on either side of our stem so far. Yeah, once again, each time we're bringing over a bit of color for this stem. It's being coated in a layer of gold leaf. Yeah, James Mongrain creates a variety of different very detailed stems, and these consist of things like dolphins and dragons, and I'm trying to think of some other really common stems. So it sounds like we're getting close to bringing our bowl back out and attaching it to the top of our stem. So we're getting pretty close to having a completed goblet. Oh my gosh, I keep saying goblin. Goblet. Gotta enunciate. So we bring over a bit of clear, and very importantly, right after they attach that bit of clear, they immediately attach the bowl of the goblet while that bit is still fresh, hot, and molten. And this allows all these pieces of glass to basically stick together like glue. So now we have a completely assembled goblet. And we'll just have to go through the process of making sure everything is straight and evened out before we get ready to break it off and put it away. So let's do a little bit of touching up. And to finish this off, they knock it off onto a heated fork and immediately carry it over to be put away. Let's give them a round of applause for that very complex goblet. Thanks for sticking around. Yeah, that one is gone into the annealer just with all of our other ones that we've made throughout the day. And once again, if you haven't seen that box already, it sits at just about 900 degrees Fahrenheit, and we are going to continue to fill it up, then just press a button to slowly cool everything for 12 hours. So we don't see those pieces again until tomorrow. And I know that there have been a few new people who have joined here and there, so could I have James Mongrain's work up on the screen again, please? Thank you. So for those who haven't seen this slideshow yet, it's up on the screen now, our visiting artist artwork. So we're getting started on the next goblet already. We've blown out the bowl portion of our goblet and just attached a bit of clear to the very end, creating our avolio. And if you weren't here for the goblet earlier, this avolio is basically just a connection point between the bowl and the stem of the goblet. And we've just attached a pipe to the end of our avolio, allowing us to break the bowl off from its original pipe. So now we'll be able to flare this open, and then we'll set it aside and just keep it warm while we start working on the foot and the stem of our goblet. And for those who just joined in, we have James Mongrain down on the hot shop floor making some goblets today. These ones are very intricate that we've just started working on. This will be our second one with a sculpted stem. So to create these, we're creating the bowl individually, and then we create the foot individually, and then we build the stem off of the foot and bring the bowl back. So it's this really kind of complex process just to be able to get this nice sculpted stem in the middle. And we're just working on opening this bowl up. And we don't see that tool super often, but that cone-shaped tool, that's called the Sophietta. And the cone blocks off the opening to the piece, allowing us to kind of reinflate certain areas of the glass, usually the shoulder area of the piece like we just did now. So now we have a much rounder and a little bit wider shape. And welcome to those who are just joining in. Today we are working on some Venetian goblets. These are designed and made by James Mongrain, who's sitting and working at the center bench right now. Everyone else here, they're working for the museum, and they're just assisting James in creating these various pieces today, which they are mostly Venetian goblets. And the ones that we've been making, this last one and this one, are a little bit more complex. We're creating a sculpted stem inside of them. So we'll create the bowl separately and then set it aside, which this is the drinking portion of the goblet that we've just made. We'll set it aside in the garage, this large silver box. And this keeps it just at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which will prevent the glass from cracking as we work on the foot and the stem. So we break this off onto a heated tray and simply place it inside of the garage. And next we'll get started on that foot. Once we create the foot, we can start building the stem on top of it and eventually just bring that bowl back out and assemble everything together. And for these sculpted stems, we're actually using gold leaf to color them. So this big black box, when you see us using this is us picking up the gold leaf on top of our clear glass. The only reason we have to use that black box is there's so much ventilation in here that if we just had it laid out, it would fly away. So to create our foot, you can see that we have just a single little disc of glass on the end of our pipe at the center bench. We're going to be dropping a bubble onto this disc, and then we'll open that bubble up and flare it out into a plate-like shape. This is a blown foot specifically, so it is starting as a blown bubble. This makes the foot super kind of dainty and really light overall. So we've just brought that blown bubble over and dropped it onto the foot. and dropped it onto the end of our pipe. Next, we'll go through the process of opening this bubble up. And don't worry about those noises in the back. Probably just throwing out some glass that we don't need anymore, or crushing glass to put into the furnace. So right now we're sectioning the bubble off into 2 sections. And when we break this end section off, this leaves us with a really small opening into that remaining portion of the bubble. And now that we have that small opening from breaking that end section of the bubble off, we started going in and flaring this open. We'll flare it open at least one more time, and then it'll be pretty much perfectly flat. And welcome into the hot shop to everyone who just joined. Today we have visiting artist James Mongrain, and he's making some Venetian goblets. And these are really complex. The one that we're making right now is going to have a sculpted stem, and he's been making a variety of these sculpted stems for a very long time. The one he made earlier, I think, was a dolphin. And we've already come pretty far along in the process. Before you came in, we made the bowl of the goblet, which is the drinking portion, and we just made the foot right now. And we're breaking it off of its original pipe, attaching it to a different pipe, kind of just flipping the orientation. So now we can start working on that stem, now that we have access to the top of our foot. So you came in for the best part. So first off, a small bit of clear is brought over, and this is wrapped around the very top of that kind of connection point where we'll be building the stem. This is just creating a platform that's big enough to hold the stem for the most part. And right now we're preparing our first bit of color for the stem. The only color that we're using for the stem itself this time is gold leaf. And we're using this box up in the front. It's got a little bit of air suction inside of it, and it's pulling the gold leaf down just so it doesn't fly away. So anytime you see us going inside of there, we're picking up gold leaf to use. So this bit of glass that our visiting artist has now, it has that gold on it. And to attach this to our foot, we are pretty much just dropping it onto the top of the foot. And this is solid glass, by the way, for the stem. And we've just brought over a tray. You can see pretty clearly up on the screen that we have these really small pieces of glass on the tray. And these are individual eyes made out of probably yellow glass. It looks orange right now just because of how hot it is. So we'll bring bit after bit of this gold-covered glass over, and we'll use this to build the entirety of the stem, so it's all that gold color throughout. And we've brought that tray of eyes over again. We're attempting to pick one of those up right now. So it looks like we're getting pretty close to finishing the goblet off. When we finish the stem, our next step will be really, really quick. And that is attaching just a single little bit of clear to the very top of the stem and then immediately attaching that bowl right on top of that fresh bit of clear. And that's going to kind of act as a glue and hold those two pieces of glass together and just fully assemble the entire piece. So we've just brought over that little bit of clear, and immediately we have brought over that bowl and are ready to attach it. And we break away this small secondary pipe we used to bring that bowl over, and we have all of our pieces assembled. So from here, they just want to go in and adjust everything, make sure everything is straightened out before they completely get it ready to break off the pipe and put away. So this is knocked off onto a heated fork. Ooh. And I know it's glass, it breaks. That was actually our first break of the entire day. Looks like we're trying to salvage some parts. So we salvaged the bowl and we put that inside of the garage. We still have the foot of the goblet attached to the pipe. So what we're going to do is looks like we'll rebuild the stem. Now I know a few new people have joined in here and there, so I will show off James Mongrain's work again for those who haven't seen it yet. And this is in the form of a slideshow. We do have a little bit of time. Could I have James Mongrain's work up on the screen, please? Thank you. So yeah, once again, James Mongrain, he's the one who's sitting and working at the center bench. Everyone else around him is supporting him in creating these Venetian goblets you're seeing today, and they're working for the Museum of Glass. Yeah, Mongrain has been working at Chihuli's Boathouse since 1996. He's a very professional artist, and he does create a lot of his own work, which you've been seeing in the slideshow. He's considered one of the leading artists of the studio glass movement in the Pacific Northwest. All of these pieces of glass are so small. There's just so many small components coming together. So it is very difficult to make these pieces. And it's really impressive that that was the first and only break we had today. Yeah, just a reminder, if anyone ever has any questions, feel free to just grab my attention and let me know. Yeah, for those who just joined in, we're working on making a Venetian goblet at the center bench right here. And this is made and designed by our visiting artist, James Mongrain, who's sitting and working at the center bench. And I think this piece will be basically the same shape as the one that we were just attempting, which is a sculpted swan in the handle of the goblet, or the stem of the goblet, I should say. And the only color in this goblet at all is coming from gold leaf that we're applying to the surface of the glass and the stem. And that gold leaf is being stored in this black box in the front. We're just keeping it down with a little bit of air suction to make sure that it doesn't fly away because it's so light. And welcome into the hot shop. Right now we're working on a Venetian goblet at the center bench. We're working on the foot and the stem. The stem is a sculpted creature that we're making out of clear glass covered in gold leaf. So to break this piece off, we're applying a little bit of water to the very end of the pipe, and hopefully this cracks that glass enough to pop the piece off onto this heated fork. Yeah, the stem popped off before the pipe did, so we'll probably have to restart that piece of glass. But we've just had a ton of new people join in, so I'll reintroduce what we have going on, and you guys can see the piece from the beginning. So today we have James Mongrain in our hot shop. He's the one who's been sitting and working at the center bench. Everyone else you see down here, they're working for the museum and just kind of assisting James in creating his varieties of Venetian goblets that you'll see today. Now, these Venetian goblets that we're working on right now, they have these special sculpted stems that are different creatures. For example, we were seeing a swan, and then earlier we saw a dolphin as well. And these are made out of clear, solid bits of glass rolled in gold leaf, which is just sitting inside of this black box right here. Yeah, we'll be using a variety of equipment in the hot shop today, including this silver box right here. And this is really important. Anything we put inside of this box stays warm at just about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And yeah, that is just warm for glass. It sounds super hot, but it's not even going to melt at that temperature. It's just keeping it barely warm enough to not crack. The completely molten glass is sitting inside of that tank there with the open door that they're going inside of right now. And that's our glass furnace. And this sits at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. So when the glass is at the texture of honey, it's up to that temperature. So we blew a bubble of glass, we shaped it into a little bit of a long, narrow shape, and then we stuffed this bubble inside of a mold on the floor. We have a variety of molds out so that our artist can choose what texture he wants for the outside of the piece. But in this case, we have all these individual ridges going from the top to the bottom on the inside of the mold. So those have been applied to our glass. We now have ridges on our piece as well. And it looks like we also twisted this glass. So instead of just having straight ridges down the side of the piece, we instead have a spiral of ridges across the piece. And just to point out, this is becoming the bowl for the goblet. So the, man, my mic. This is the drinking portion of our goblet, the bowl. Yeah, we just brought a bit of clear over, attached it to the bottom of the piece, and then shaped this into something called the ovolio. It's really hard to describe this shape, but this is basically a connection point between the bottom of the bowl and the top of the stem. So welcome to those who just joined in. We have a few new faces here and there. Today we have visiting artist James Mongrain. He's the one who's sitting and working at the center bench making these Venetian goblets. And we've just created the bowl of a goblet, and we created an ovolio on the very end of it. The ovolio is kind of this connection point you see down at the bottom of the bubble. That's going to be attaching the bowl of the goblet to the stem of the goblet. And we've just attached a pipe to the very end of that ovolio and broke the piece off of its original pipe. This is a really important step in the process. It basically flips the orientation of the piece. So now we'll be able to start opening this bubble up and forming our completed bowl. So I actually asked our visiting artist what he's going to do with these, and he said that he didn't know. So he's just having a little bit of fun with them, I think. But you know what? There is an entire week of goblet making coming up where we'll have different professional artists coming in every single day and making varieties of goblets. And those are all going to be for sale on January 18. There will be a huge sale and wine tasting sort of combo. That's going to be January 15 to 19, by the way. And I haven't mentioned this in a little while today, so just in case anyone didn't know, there's a special event here tonight at the Museum of Glass that runs from 5 to 9 p.m. And I've been told that as long as you guys have bought admission into the museum, you're allowed to attend. So you can kind of just hang out and enjoy our fireside event, which We will have some fire pits outside in front of the museum so people can watch the lighted boat parade go by. We'll have special drinks in the cafe. We'll have special demos down on the floor, different artists coming in. We'll have demos out in the Grand Hall as well using these torches. And we'll have some hands-on experiences as well. So we've just finished the bowl. This is going inside of the garage, which, if we have any newcomers, the garage right here, this holds anything that we put inside of it at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Just barely warm enough while we make the stem and the foot. So now we'll get started on the foot, and then eventually move on to our sculpted stem. And there's something that we're not seeing at all today in the hot shop, and that is colored glass. This is something that I feel like is important as kind of basic knowledge when you guys go through the galleries. So I will play a video talking about how we get colors in our pieces of glass. Can I have that color overlay video, please?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So we've used another mold on this glass to get these really interesting kind of divots in the piece. And that's using this tool on the far right of all of our molds on the floor. Kind of looks like a spiked cone, if that makes sense. And now we're going in and we are recreating the avolio, which once again, that avolio is where the bowl of our goblet and the stem of our goblet are connected. So we're trying to create that small, dainty connection point before we move on. And just at the right moment, it decided to pop off of the pipe, and that was not on purpose, but we went ahead and just grabbed it and put it in the garage anyways. So this is going to stay warm in there at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. I know there have been a couple of new people that have joined in. And we'll pull it back out when we create the stem and the foot. And just a reminder, if anyone has any questions, feel free to raise your hand and let me know. It could be questions about the visiting artist who we have in here today, James Mongrain, or it could be questions about the glass or what you see in the galleries, the building that we're inside of. Yeah, so this building that we're inside of, it was originally built to be a hot shop, but it's not built to be necessarily the most functional hot shop, interestingly enough. Instead, the shape is based off of these old wood burners that used to be along this waterway right here. They were used to burn leftover wood scraps, and that was from logging, for example. But they didn't need them anymore, so they demolished them. They cleaned up the area, And this building is just kind of paying tribute to what it used to be and what it used to be used for. The wood burners, they really did look almost exactly like this cone. One of the biggest differences between the two, though, is that this cone is tilted on its side to give us some more floor space. So we've just brought a fresh bit of clear over to what we have at the center bench. And I'm not exactly sure what they're building with this quite yet, but I do know that we've already created the bowl for the goblet, so this has either got to be a portion of the stem or the foot itself. And I know I kind of missed the part where we got the gold color, so just to mention real quick, we are using literal gold leaf to color this glass. And that gold leaf is sitting inside of the black box in the front right here. So each time we go inside of that black box, we're picking up a fresh layer of gold leaf. This is the only color that we'll have in our goblet. So this is indeed a portion of the stem. Like, looks like we're going to have a solid stem. So we've just created this very small disc on the end of the stem, and this is where we're going to be placing our foot for the goblet. And the way that we make the foot is it's a blown foot. We'll blow a bubble, attach it to that disc we created, and then eventually open it up. So after creating a second bubble, this is brought over and placed directly onto that disc. And they cut that bubble away. Now they'll have to open this bubble up to be able to flare it out into our foot. So to open this up, we're sectioning the bubble off. And when we cool this divot in between the two sections and knock that end portion off, this leaves us with a really small opening into that remaining portion of the bubble. So we'll be able to go inside of that opening and just lightly flare this piece of glass open into that disc or the foot of the goblet. So just now we've brought over another pipe, attached that right to the center of the bottom of our foot, and we're breaking the top of the stem off from its original pipe. Now this means pretty soon here we will be bringing the bowl of the goblet back over and attaching it, assembling all of our pieces together. So we've been continuously heating up the top of the stem, enough so that when we bring the bowl of our goblet over, it should stick very securely to the top of our stem. And there we have it. We have completely assembled our goblet. We just have to make sure that everything is straightened out and ready to go before we break it off and put it away. So we're getting super close, just some really small finishing details. And we'll break this off onto a heated fork, and that popped very cleanly off. Let's give them a round of applause for finishing that goblet. Yeah, thank you guys. So that's gone into the annealer, which keeps it just at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. We'll press a button at the end of the day and everything will slowly cool down. We definitely have time for another, so you'll probably see another one made pretty soon here. I just want to share, we had 2 breaks before that one was completed, so this one was just very satisfying for them to complete probably. And let's have our visiting artist slideshow up on the screen again, please. Thank you. So I know some of you guys have just recently joined in, so I wanted to show off more of our visiting artist's work. Once again, his name's James Mongrain, and he's the one who's wearing the kind of bluish flannel over on the right. He's been sitting down and working at the center bench. Now, he's been working at Chihuli's Boathouse since 1996, and he's considered one of the leading artists of the studio glass movement in the Pacific Northwest. He's a very talented artist. He's been in the museum many times and had his work displayed in many different places across the U.S. And it's too bad that you didn't get to see one of these. We made a few sculpted stems earlier. One of them was successful. 2 of them broke, but we moved on from that. We're continuing to work. He's very skilled in different Venetian techniques. This includes both patterns and the ways of building and assembling the pieces of glass. Yeah, so welcome to those who have just joined us in the hot shop. Right now we have James Mongrain down on the floor. He's working at the center bench making some Venetian goblets today. And these that we've been making for the last few, we are making the bowl separately and the stem separately and the foot separately and kind of assembling all these pieces together. So this is the bowl of the goblet that we're starting at the center bench. We've blown out a bubble of glass already, and we'll probably start making the avolia, which is the connection point between the bowl and the stem. So to create that avolia, we'll bring over a fresh bit of clear straight from the furnace. And now that we have our avolia, we're preparing another pipe with a little bit of clear glass on the end to attach to the bottom of our piece. And then this will allow us to break the piece completely off of the pipe that it's on right now. Basically just flipping the orientation. And right here, the glass is still pretty cold except for where it's connected to the pipe. So using this heat in that connection point, James is just making sure that the piece is absolutely centered to the pipe before they move on. And for those who just joined in, we're making a goblet at this moment. This is the bowl portion of the goblet, the drinking portion, of course. And then we'll move on to making the foot, the stem, and then eventually we'll assemble everything together. And welcome to those who just joined us in the hot shop. Today we have visiting artist James Mongrain. He's the one who's sitting and working at the center bench. And we are working on making some Venetian goblets today. And this is just the bowl portion of the goblet. We're creating this first. We'll set it aside and keep it warm, and then we'll create the foot and the stem and attach everything together. So we torched that area where the glass is connected to the pipe. And we're cutting at that connection between the piece and just where that pipe ends. And we're going to knock this off onto a heated plate. Just making sure that that hot glass doesn't touch anything cold. And then this is brought over to the garage, this large metal box, where it will stay warm at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And this allows us to create the rest of the goblet and just kind of keep it warm in the meantime. So now we'll get started on the foot. But while they're getting this started, I want to show you guys our visiting artist's artwork, just kind of some of his previous works, since we have a little bit of time. So could I have James Mongrain's work up on the screen, please? Thanks. So this slideshow will show you a variety of his works. He's had pieces on display across the U.S. many times here, and he has blown glass many times here as well. And you can see that he is very proficient in Venetian techniques. So we've pulled out another fresh bit of glass, and we're blowing this into a small bubble. This is all just clear glass, by the way. The only color that we've seen them use today is literal gold leaf. So we're going in with the jacks, these two metal blades, and we're sectioning this bubble off all the way down the bubble. So this is probably going to become our stem. We'll have a few decorative balls on the stem. And I know this was pretty quick, but we stuffed the bubble inside of a mold on the floor. You can see them laid out next to the furnace itself on the floor. And these are all just a variety of, well, optic molds. They have different patterns inside of them. Usually, most commonly, they have ridges on the inside of them, going from the top to the bottom of the mold. And we bring over a small bit of clear, attach this to the very end. And this is creating kind of an attachment point for our blown foot that we'll eventually be adding. All these different attachment points, we usually have them between the stem and the foot, and then of course between the stem and the bowl, the drinking portion of our goblet. And these are called avolios. So we've blown another clear glass bubble, brought it over and quite literally dropped it onto the bottom of our stem. After cutting this off, we'll go through the process of opening this bubble up so that we can flare it open into our foot, of course. So our first step is going in with the jacks, these two metal blades, and we're sectioning the bubble off. And when we knock this end piece off, this leaves behind a small opening into the remaining portion of our bubble. So going inside of that opening with the jacks, are able to slowly flare this out. And this usually takes a couple of heats. These pieces of glass are so thin that we have to keep going back and forth between the furnace and the bench. If we get it too hot, then we lose the shape that we've worked so hard to get. But if it gets too cold, then it just breaks really easily because of how small these pieces of glass are. And next we just brought over another pipe with a little bit of clear glass as an attachment on the end. After this is attached to the center of the bottom of the foot, they'll break the top of the stem away. And the next part of the process is pretty quick. We have all of our individual components, so next we just have to connect everything together. And to do this, we have to either superheat the top of the stem or just add a fresh bit of molten glass to the top of the stem to superheat that area. And then we'll bring over the bowl and attach everything together. So next we've just brought over a fresh bit of molten clear glass. We attach this just to the top of the stem and then immediately attach the bowl of our goblet. And once again, that bit of clear is kind of acting as a glue, making sure that connection is super secure. And just like that, we have all of our components of the goblet assembled together. From here, we just want to make sure everything is straight and even before we break it off and put it away. So we're getting very close to completely finishing this goblet. So this is knocked off onto a heated fork. And that was a successful break. Let's give them a round of applause for finishing that goblet. Thank you, everyone. This has gone into the annealer, so that means we won't see it until the next day. It has to cool inside of that box for about 12 hours, very slowly to prevent thermal shock. And this is a really good time to ask any questions if you guys have any so far. And let's put up our visiting artist artwork again on the screen. Thank you. So just going to have this slideshow playing, showing off some of our visiting artist artwork while we kind of wait and see what happens next. And once again, today we have James Mongrain down on the hot shop floor. He's the one who's been sitting and working at that center bench. Yeah, so that's called the annealer. It's the annealer. I'm not sure if it's spelling it correctly on the screen, but it's called an annealer. It sits at just about 900 degrees Fahrenheit, and we kept it at that temperature all day. We want the glass to stay warm while we're working with it and when we finish it. And then when we want to cool it down, we just press a button, and there's different programs that we can set it to. It's programmed to cool for about 12 hours. But sometimes it's longer if the glass is thicker, but these pieces are so thin they probably don't need to do that. Yeah, of course. Yeah, so it looks like we're probably going to start setting up for the evening event. The evening event is called Fireside. It's going to run from 5 to 9 p.m. There's going to be special demos, so different people will be coming onto the floor and doing other things other than goblets tonight. And we'll also have some flame working demos out in the Grand Hall, I believe, or maybe they'll be down on the floor here. And then we'll also have some hands-on experiences where you guys can sign up to make an ornament. And this is perfect because the holidays are just around the corner. So all of the furnaces along the wall, they all run off of natural gas. Yeah. And the torches, those actually run off of propane and oxygen. And the oxygen helps create that really focused flame. Yeah, I'm just here to answer any questions if you have any in the meantime. But once again, we're just setting up for the evening event at this point. Cleaning up the floor. We have our new artist coming down on the floor as well. Yeah, so we're open 10 to 5 on any day that is not Monday and Tuesday. But whenever the whenever the museum is closed, sometimes we do have special events where they ask for people to be blowing glass. And so we do use the hot shop outside of museum hours. We also have special programs such as Hot Shop Heroes, and that allows military and veteran to blow glass in the hot shop. It's like an 8-week class. So we're open in the evenings for that class on a couple of days of the week as well. So this hot shop is consistently in use. And whenever it's not in use, that's when they squeeze in kind of maintenance and cleaning time. They fill up the furnaces with new glass. So yeah, it's a pretty busy hot shop. Yeah, good question. So we only use one type of glass in our hot shop, and that is a soda lime glass. There's a little bit of soda ash, a little bit of limestone mixed into a silica sand mixture. But there are so many different kinds of glass that people work with. I mean, people work with crystal, they work with something called borosilicate, which is the same glass that they use for Pyrex containers and beakers, for example. It's a very hard scientific glass. And I've seen people even take like old soda bottles and pull dragon heads off of the necks of them and everything. So you can technically work with basically any kind of glass. Some of them are going to be more difficult than others, of course. Yeah, so we will have another demonstration starting, but I should mention they have to set up everything first, so it might take a little while before you actually see any glass being made. But yeah, we have another demonstration starting at just about 5 p.m.
If Christine is here for the blow your own, can you raise your hand at all? Okay, thank you.
Well, we welcome everyone to the Museum of Glass. I do want to give everyone a heads up. We are still in the middle of just transitioning over for tonight's special event. We welcome Tacoma's Yacht Club today in our studio. Now, we are still preparing. We are going to be working on some beautiful handmade bowls, as we have an example up here. Our visiting artist, Sayuri, has some images on our big screen that we will be sharing. And in a little bit, we will get started with tonight's demonstration. Thank you all. If you have any questions about tonight's demonstration, we will be getting going here shortly. Well, I guess this is as good as any to just really just begin our demonstration by introducing some of our key equipment that we will be utilizing through our demonstration. Again, we have a visiting artist, but for the meantime, as we transition over, oftentimes when you enter the museum, you're blasted by this intense heat. And now that's due to some of our reheating stations that we have around our studio. The heart of our studio, the furnaces, where we have two of these, are on the opposite sides, right where the doors are at. Next door to these studio or furnaces, we have our reheating stations. Now these are approximately 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. There's on during the day, but at night we actually can turn these off. These are powered by forced air and natural gas. And we have a few of these working benches. Depending on our demonstration will dictate how many we have of these on. But I'm going to open up this side door so we can initially feel some of this intense heat. I'll just wait for a little bit for our visiting artist. Make sure you bring your marshmallows this next time around. As it gets quite cold on the outside, please feel free to step on over to this side of our studio. Now we do have a handful of free events going on today at the museum. Right as you exit our hot shop cone, we are having some of our staff members work on creating your own little ornament. So as you exit the studio, we have a free event. And don't forget, we are offering a holiday sale at the Museum of Glass. Now, on your right-hand side of the studio, we have just a handful of our examples for today's demo. Now, we are going to be working with a little bit of lace pattern or line work. In our world, we refer to that as cane. So we'll be bringing out some ladders on which we will stretch some hot glass, and we can use these racks to cool down the material. And we will return in about 15 minutes, and I can introduce our hot shop studio, and I think we'll be a lot closer to beginning our demonstration then. Great job, y'all. Crush it. Ah, sweet. Well, I do want to give everyone a heads up on this left-hand side of the studio. We have hands-on workshops by our local Hilltop artist students. So if you're interested in coming down to our hot shop floor, we have a few spots available, and you can check in with our front desk for some availability.
I texted Shannon and I was like, hey, did I not get picked for staff? And she was like, no, of course we picked you, but you have to contact Michael for the letters because some people haven't gotten theirs yet. So.
Hey, I was going to say, because it came out on Thursday.
Yeah, yeah, I know. I've been checking my email.
I'll be there for 3
Okay. Yeah. I was like, guys, what? Like, I literally went up to the neon door singing Kiss Ass for 3 days. Like, please, this is, I need this. But, yeah. And she said that, if something, like, somehow doesn't work out, I think they picked me for one of their hot job assistants. Because those are, like, the only ones that I like.
Yeah.
Unless they put me on, like, maintain or something. But I'm happy for whoever.
Yeah. Whatever you get. I knew about these.
So,
Yeah, I'm here till the 10th. Wow. So I'll be here for a month? Just about a month. How you been though? You been staying busy? Do I see? You've been working a lot. Yeah. I'm hella proud, dude. Staying really busy. Yeah.
thank you so much for sticker.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. What do you need? What are we doing first? Okay. Okay, no duro or... Okay. Back off right now.
Oh, and we're beginning our demonstration with picking up a little bit of colored glass. I'll give you a quick rundown of our hot shop studio. On both ends of the museum, we have a furnace where we are melting 1,000 pounds of hot glass. Now, we've collected a little bit of this hot glass, and we've attached it, using it to attach a piece of color bar that's sitting inside of our garage. The garage is a temporary oven that's approximately 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. It's where we place our color that we will be utilizing for the day. All right, well, I wanted to grab a little bit of color bar that kind of matches our energy. So color bar is made by adding colored oxides from the periodic table. Different colorants or different metal oxides will produce a different color. If you add, to make black glass, you would use a ton of manganese. A little bit of manganese would produce purple glass. Pink glass is some of the more expensive in our industry because it's usually gold or erbium, which produces a really high cost point. Now, for our color bar, it's a lot easier for us just to purchase it, because sure, we could make this pink glass. We could make 1,000 pounds of it, but then we would be stuck with that 1,000 pounds of single-colored glass. So instead, we milk clear glass, which gives us the capability to use different colors. Now, we load up a tray with all of our colored glass that we want to use for the day, and we stab them up on the end of our rods. To make them more malleable, we're using a reheating station. It's approximately 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. We have a handful of these on. And these are powered by natural gas and forced air. Unlike the furnaces, these ovens are turned off at night. And they take about approximately 1 hour to heat up. I went down and I grabbed the color that I liked. Sometimes you would get, they just don't want you holding frit with jars by the lid. Just remember that I've made that mistake before. So if you're not carrying lids, and then also just if you are gonna grab one, I grabbed these. I'm really spicy. If you don't grab one. I would not usually grab the color that the artist has, just because of some. I would make sure that you set up a system for yourself. So if you're going to grab color from down there, make sure it's consistent, and then you don't all of a sudden grab their color. Just for, you don't want to whatever.
Throw any wrenches in their operation?
Separate that. Even if it's like the frit that you're showing everyone, I would make sure that it's separate from what the artist has and make sure it's in museums.
Okay.
Okay, so if you have any questions about our demonstration, my name is David. You can raise your hand, shout my name, and I am more than happy to share my knowledge and experience about glass working. It doesn't matter what color we're working with, however, due to the temperature of the glass, it will always turn everything bright red and orange. Now, with this colored glass, we are going to be pulling some cane work. I have a little bit of cane work down here. It's going to be more of a simple one, but we're going to have color on the inside and clear on the outside. We're going to stretch this material across our cooling racks. As you explore the museum and our galleries, specifically our Nancy Callan Forces at Play, you will notice that there's a lot of lace work and cane work. A lot of that pattern is made with this cane. So this technique that you're going to experience today is the same technique that Nancy Callan uses in her Forces at Play exhibition. Which if you haven't had a chance to check it out, I highly recommend it. It's just stunning on every single turn you take. Throughout our demonstrations, our heating rods will produce a little bit of heat. So we're using a pipe cooler to cool down the rod. Now, our rods are made out of a stainless steel alloy, so it is a poor conductor of heat. Usually we say the discoloration area is where things begin to get spicy. Well, on the right-hand side, we have our visiting artist, Sayiri. They're going to be working on some bowls, which we have some examples down in our pedestal, but they will have some lace patterns, so some line work will be added. On this right side, our visiting artist, Sayiri, has that colored glass inside and has gathered a layer of clear glass around the material. And you're seeing this process being repeated. So we have one pole here, we have a secondary pole going on this side as well. Well, as our visiting artist steps in front of our furnace, again, we have 1,000 pounds of molten glass by placing the steel rod, and it's due to the viscosity of the glass. By turning, we can collect a layer of that glass. One of our shaping tools we use is a steel table. We refer to as a marvering table, and our process is we are marvering the glass. That's just our fancy term we use because the table traditionally was made out of a marble. All right, so our visiting artist, Sayuri, has our massive glass. We're going to stretch from one side to the opposite. Now, another one of our glass makers, Jack here, our assistant, has gathered on another rod and created a post. It's going to be the opposite end that we use to stretch our mass. Yes, they are, my friend made them. Thank you. I traded a chicken for them. So a lot of this is a timing, balance, and sequence. So when this gets started, it's so magical for me, even seeing it after all these years. It's just beautiful. We cool down the tip of the glass. The tip is the first thing to enter our reheating chamber and the last thing to leave. So no matter what, the tip will always get hotter, which means the tip will always stretch more. And again, with this pattern that we stretch out, we will let cool down, break to smaller sections, and then we can roll this up on a bubble after it's cooled down. Enjoy, y'all. This is beautiful. beautiful. So as we pull this next one, I'll jump on the mic and I'll try to explain these smaller nuances that are going on. We're looking for about the size of a number 2 pencil. And each of these pull, depending on how dense we want our lace pattern, each of these pulls can produce 1 to maybe 3 or 4 pieces. Again, all depending on how many of these lines do you want to see on your finished result. If you're just joining us at the museum, we welcome you to our hot shop where we've gathered a little bit of hot glass from our furnace and we're preparing to make another cane pull. After we've stretched this cane out, we can break it up and then we can begin today's object. Right now, we're still focused on the design aspect of today's bowl. So in the center, we just saw Morgan pull a little bit of that clear glass out. Oftentimes, or not, I shouldn't say oftentimes, sometimes there is impurities in our glass. So instead of the impurities staying in our glass and ultimately being magnified, we can pull and cut those out at its earlier stage. Our glass has been specifically formulated for what you see here for offhand glass making. It's just some fancy stuff coming to us from North Carolina. It has a longer working time, unlike Coca-Cola glass that's very short and made to be used in a mass manufacturing setting. Again, it doesn't matter what color we're working with. At this temperature, 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, it will always look red and orange. This color will be a transparent purple. Now there's a lot of balance of heat. Each color, or depending on the color, will absorb energy at different rates. And so that's what we're trying to stabilize, is make sure that the interior temperature of our color and the exterior color is at similar temperatures. So when we stretch, we're getting the diameter of a number 2 pencil consistently. All right, we tap the bottom. Again, the top or that bottom is always the hottest point. As we initially stretch it, mass holds heat. So the thinnest part of the glass will release its energy. Notice the color heat. Where is the color? Where is this bright red and orange glow? As soon as the glass is cooled down, we begin to see that color stabilize, stiffen. Now this part that's bright red and orange, as we walk and we stretch, that's where all this length is coming from. We've already set the diameter down here, and it's a lot cooler. In glass, we're often taught that these subtle hues of temperature in glass really dictate it all. Gosh, it's such a beautiful process. We begin to see a little bit of more of the purple color in the center. Why isn't the glass cracking as it cools? That's a wonderful question. Now, it's due to its temperature. When it's coming out of the furnace, it's at 2100 degrees Fahrenheit, and it's simply too hot for it to cool down. Let's give our team a round of applause here for a great pull. Great job, Morgan. Great job. So typically in a glass making process, when we're beginning our day, this is what the process will look like. If we know we're going to make bowls for the day that have lace pattern, that means the first part of the day, we're just making lines. We're going to spend the first hour or so pulling cane. It looks like the next cane will be a white one. This gives us more variety in colors. If we want to make all the colors of the rainbow, we'll be here for a while. Fortunately for today's demo, I believe we're getting towards the last of our few pulls. Either way, as you experience our museum and our Forces at Play gallery by Nancy Callan, all the lace pattern that you see in that exhibit is made in a very similar process that you see here today with the cane work. Each of these pulls will make a few of these objects in which we can break up and then roll on a bubble, which we will be showing that process after we are done pulling tonight's cane. If you have questions, my name is David, and I'm more than happy to answer any questions that you may have about the process in front of here or even history a little bit with glass. I'm more than happy. Oh, I got your door, Sayuri. Some gooey goodness. Now, the glass that we melt here is a soda lime glass. Soda lime glass is some of the most common type of glass, but really what that means is just the main key ingredients in our material, which is silica sand, soda ash, and lime. Soda lime glass. Our visiting artist today, Sayuri, will be creating some bowls with some lace pattern. On your left-hand side of the studio, we have some blow-your-own ornament, hands-on experiences going on tonight. And we do have a handful of spots available. So if you would like to try your hands at working with glass with some of our local Hilltop Artist students, which is a nonprofit that works with our local youth. They serve across 700 students across 6 different programs. Well, they are on the left-hand side, and you can check in with our front desk to save your spot. Welcome. Thanks for joining us. Yes. Can you repeat that? Does the cane? Oh, do you pull the cane as needed or rather have a supply of them? It is all depending on the artist. For today's demonstration, Sayuri is experimenting, which is the reason why we're pulling different colors that they typically wouldn't use. Well, if you joined us a little bit later, I just want to give you a heads up of our process. We're pulling cane. I won't speak about it too much, but it's just because it's such a beautiful process. But that process is beginning down on this side, inside of our garage, where it's at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. We have colored glass being picked up. That colored glass, we then add clear glass around it, and then we stretch it. Well, today at the Museum of Glass, we are celebrating the annual Yacht Club. Let's give our visiting artist, Sayuri, a wonderful round of applause. What a beautiful job. Consistency is the name of the game. If you want to make a set of bowls, you need to ensure that your cane is consistent as well for the line thickness. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the museum. Okay, after this poll here, we have one more color left inside of our garage. One thing that Oh, nice. Look at those pink shoes. Nice. We love that energy. So our visiting artist, Sayuri, is on the right-hand side. We're going to be making some bowls, but we're going to have some fancy line work on them. So we're pulling some cane in our studio, so you experience some of this line work being stretched here. And then after that, we can it's a lot of prep work just to make a bowl, but it's going to be a beautiful bowl. Sayuri, what color is this one? Ooh, amber is next, it looks like. We love amber. Okay. Oh, we love that. We love all the colors. Do you have any questions I can answer for you about tonight's process? Wonderful. Thanks for stopping by. Do you have any questions I can answer for you about tonight's process? Yes. All right, so there's a lot of technical terms being thrown around. Let's just introduce them very quickly. Our kilns or ovens, we have a top-loading kiln down here. An oven or a kiln is where we place the glass when we are done to cool the glass down. On the left-hand side, as we experience our hands-on experience, After each ornament is made, it is loaded inside the kiln that's sitting at 890 degrees. It's on a computer cycle over 12 hours. It'll cool down to eliminate the stress that causes it to break and crack. So that's the annealer. The next thing is we have a garage. The garage is just a temporary parking spot where we can preheat color. Maybe if we wanted to make something complicated, like flowers, we can make all the petals and place them in here and park the pieces, hence the name the garage. The furnace is where all of our glass is being brought out, and Morgan down here is getting ready to gather some glass from our furnace. We have 1,000 pounds of molten glass sitting behind the door inside of a crucible. So imagine the furnace as a giant pot of glass. When we open the door, it just looks bright red and orange. Next door to our furnaces, we have our reheating stations. These are slightly hotter than the furnaces at 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. A key difference as well is that we can open these doors a lot larger. The one on this side that's being turned off is one of the largest ones on this coast. So some artists will rent this museum out just so they can get their hands on this oversized reheating station. One of our key tools we use to shape the glass is our steel marvering table, or steel table, which we refer to as a marvering table. Now, it draws and steals a lot of heat of the glass, and we want to just balance out the interior temperature and the exterior so we can pull our glass consistently. We're looking for the diameter of a number 2 pencil. Another one of our teammates has gathered glass on a separate rod and created a post, which is just another pulling rod, essentially, which we will use to stretch our glass from each end. You have a question, sweetie? Yeah, what's up? What are we making? Oh, that's a great question. And we can look down here on this side of the pedestal. We're going to be making some bowls, but they're going to have some line work. So some lace pattern. And you can see some of that in our galleries. Anytime you see the line work, this is that process. We'll be here all day, my man. Let's give Morgan and Jack a round of applause. What a beautiful pole. It may look like we have quite a few poles here, but when we start using it, it goes by quite fast. So we're down to our last pole. Oh, here, let me answer your question first. Yes, Queen. How do we keep it, preventing it from getting it so cold that it shatters? A lot of it has to do with technique. Once you get it that cold enough times, you know you probably shouldn't get it that cold anymore. But a lot of it is experience, and we're using our reheating stations. So these chambers down here, heck, since no one's on here right now, I'm going to open the left-hand side open. And we can experience a little bit of that heat, that 2,300 degrees. And this is one of the main pieces of equipment that we use to prevent the glass from getting too cold that it breaks. Our temperatures, our working temperatures are about 2,300 degrees. If the glass drops below 1,900 is when things start getting questionable, but it all depends on the thickness and how far along we are in the process. Okay, this glass down here, the canework, is not shattering because it's super thin. It's dissipating heat too quickly. If it's a little bit thicker, like this canework here, this thickness will begin to break. So it's, again, a lot about that diameter. We're looking for a diameter of a number 2 pencil. If it gets a little thicker than this is when things will break. What are we making right now? We are making lace pattern, so cane work. This material that we see here, we're going to stretch it. As we see one of our teammates, Jack, is breaking it up to about this length here. When we have a handful of these, we will lay these out on a kiln shelf, on a plate, get those hot, and roll them up on a bubble, and that's how we get line work in glass. In about 10 minutes, we'll see the actual demonstration of us taking this pattern. So as we see some of our demonstrations here, we're going to add some line work. Do we have a question on this side? Yes, sir. How often do you burn your hands? Every payday. Yes. Is that? Oh, that was actually similar, Tranquiocho, also on the same series. Same series as Blown Away. Yes, one of the other contestants. You'll see a lot of those faces here at the museum. I learned not to bring the Sharpie down here. Just never know when you're gonna see somebody. All right, everyone, we've pulled all of our cane work, all of our lace pattern. Anytime we want to see lines in glass, we have to go through this process. For today's demonstration, our visiting artist, Sayuri, is exploring different colors in these bowls that she will be producing today. For that reason, we've spent our first hour of our demonstration creating this lace pattern. Jack is now breaking it up to a consistent pattern. Once we have all of our cane pattern broken down, we're going to place it on a kiln shelf. I'm not going to bring it out because that thing is heavy, but it's going to be a giant plate. We're going to lay them on there, get that hot, and then roll the hot bubble on top of that. Yes, I believe Sayuri had also mentioned that they were going to pull a clear one as well. So we're going to do one more clear, and then we're going to use all of this cane work. I do want to mention that when you experience our museum and you see lace pattern or line work, this is what that process looks like. You have to go through all these smaller nuances and steps to achieve just line work. Well, our visiting artist Sayuri is stepping back to our furnace for another gather of clear glass. Our glass is coming to us from North Carolina. Out in North Carolina in the Appalachian Mountains, they have a lot of high-end or really good quality minerals. And so the silica that's being mined from that area is extremely high quality. And it's where our glass is coming to us. And again, our glass has been formulated to stay malleable at this temperature for a longer period of time. To us, that's just like maybe another minute of malleability, depending on the thickness again. But that's a lot better than Coca-Cola glass. Coca-Cola glass freezes up instantly. Do we recycle the glass? Do we ever work with recycled glass? Absolutely we do. Some of the artists that we have here have a residency that entails in just them using recycled materials. All really depending on the visiting artists and their wishes. Is it harder? Sometimes it really depends on the end goal. We recycle some of our material down here. The clear buckets or really clear glass that ends up on the ground, we could reuse. The difficulty of it is that every time it's melted, you burn away stabilizers and fluxes, so you just get a poor quality melt every time. Same with the recycled material, you're just gonna get a poor melt. Good to see you too, sir. Our visiting artist Sayuri is in the center, stretching our last pole of cane. They do work with the Kobo Gallery that's in Seattle, which is located in the historic Japantown of Seattle, and that's one of their gallery representatives where you can see more of their work locally. Yes. Oh, why is this structure built in this way? That's thanks to our original history or Tacoma's history. There used to be, we're founded on a logging town, and they used to burn a lot of excess like mills or parts of wood in these smokehouses, similar to what we see here. So the architect got the design here from the old smoke towers that used to scatter our Foss waterway. If you explore our area and you ever find a little gold medallion on the ground, especially here on Theo's Foss waterway, those are the signs that it's where a smokestack used to stand here. Historically in glass, there has been some studios like this. This is, it is functional, hot air, and then we have a fan at the very top that accelerates the hot air rising. But when this was designed, it was not intended because of the glass making history. It was intended because of Tacoma's history. Thank you for stopping by. You enjoy the rest of your day. Well, from everyone here at the Museum of Glass, our staff and our supporters, we wish you a happy holiday, and we thank you for supporting us here tonight. On the left-hand side of our Hot Shop studio, we have a few spots available for our hands-on blow your own event happening. You can check in with our front desk for some additional details. As you exit your way the museum, on your right-hand side, we are also doing a free event where you can create your own little environment. We have a few examples around the museum, but as you exit, don't forget to get a little creative with our staff here. As we could continue to break up our cane work in the front and we lay out our pattern up here, on our top row of our museum, we have beautiful work by the maestro Lino. And all the little line work that you see here is the same technique that we're using here today as well. So as you refer to those beautiful pieces, each line is one of these individual canes we see here. Okay, yeah, I can answer that question for you. Absolutely. My name is David. If you have questions about our demonstration, I'm more than happy to explain the process. So right here we have a little bit of pink dust, little sand. This is colored glass. Let me explain this process by grabbing my color bar. You'll notice that the material down here looks a lot more of solid color. That glass has been made using color bar. Color bar is made by adding different metals from the periodic table of elements. Blue glass, to produce blue glass, we use cobalt. To produce green glass, chromium or iron. Manganese produces purple glass and black glass. Pink glass is made by using erbium and gold. If we wanted to make something solid, we would use color bar. If you wanted to make it spotted or blotchy, you would use frit, which is just the color bar broken up into its sand form. The key difference is that the color bar will take you about an hour before you can use it. It needs to preheat in a kiln for up to 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, and it's going to take an hour, honestly. The frit, however, can be used immediately, but produces a more blotchy color effect. That's the key difference between them. For our demonstration, it's going to have lines that are the color bar, which is what we see here. It's this cane. It's being chopped up. Then it will be presented to our artist. Once our visiting artist, Sayuri, has all the colors, then they can get creative and pull and create the pattern that they like. If we wish to produce like another color layer, this is where this frit will come into play. And when we use it, I'll make sure to highlight it. Yes, question here in the center. All right, so this is a great question. We're producing a lot of cane here today, and how much will this cane make? Are we making a big piece? For this piece, it's typically, each pole will only produce a handful of pieces. So if you want to have a consistent series, if you want to sell a product line of 5 bowls, you're going to need 10 poles. You're going to need quite a few just for everything to be consistently. For this case, that's why we're experimenting with our first half of our demonstration, pulling these colors. Even for the demo or the pieces that you see at the top, when they're different colors, oh my God, you can spend a whole week doing prep work. What size bowl are we going for? That's a great question that I do not know the answer to, and we'll have to ask our visiting artists later on. What I love about the museum is that it's really, from experiencing glass from different perspectives growing up here and really working here at the museum, it's really given me a appreciation for the artist studio. And I think that's what the Museum of Glass really shines a light on, is the artist studio. Getting the full experience when an artist enters a studio. How is the studio utilized? The preparation work, in which case we see here today. A lot of the artwork, there's hours spent before we even enter the hot shop. And that's what I really enjoy working here at the museum, is we get to see that full creative endeavor. Okay. So our main goal is to work on our bowl with our lace pattern we're going to warm up before we commit to all of our cane work. Let's get the hands warmed up. We're going to be working on a smaller bowl here. We've applied a little bit of our pink glass. So we started off by gathering and rolling to our pink colored glass. Although we're using this color, the glass will just look bright red and orange because of the heat, but its true color will look like this colored glass that I'm showing the audience. By the way, hands-on events, we still have some spaces available. If you're interested, please feel free to reach out to our front desk. All right, now we're going to get active with our live glass blowing. We're using our reheating station. It's about 2300, make it malleable, extend the working time. The brighter red and orange glow, that means the hotter and the more working time we have. We're constantly turning the rod to counteract gravity, which is just going to drop us to the ground. So naturally, you'll notice the glass makers are always rotating the rod. Sayuri's assistant, Morgan, is on the opposite end, blowing about just the same air pressure that you use to blow out a candle. Not a ton. It's more dependent on the heat of the glass. If the glass is a lot hotter, you can whisper and the glass will expand. Now that the glass is a little bit colder, I say a little bit colder, but it's still well over 1900 degrees Fahrenheit, but we can begin to see a little bit of that color, that pink color, emerge. You'll notice there's a handful of hand tools that we use to sculpt the glass. One of our favorite ones is called the jacks, and it has the two like prongs sticking out. That's our main tool, and we use it to create the weak spot that separates the usable glass, so the cup or the bowl, from the steel rod. And it's that short constriction. And again, Morgan's blowing about 1 or 2 psi, same air pressure that you use to blow out a candle. So the element that they made will be the base that our bowl will sit on. So our bowl will be made in 2 parts. I'll grab some chalk and I'll do a quick rough drawing, but there's going to be a foot and then the bowl portion. And on our big screen, we'll show some images of our visiting artist artwork that they've produced. And we will end with our piece that I'm going to draw real quickly. It's going to be a very rough version of it, though. Don't think it's going to be exact. So we've created the little bowl, the little base, and we've parked it inside of our garage. Again, that's the oven down here. It's about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, and it's just a temporary holding spot. Thank you for joining us, ladies. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask them. More than happy to share my knowledge and experience. They work using simple geometric forms. Yeah. And I will ask for some images on our big screen of their work to familiarize. As we begin our next part, we're going to load up our garage with these bases. On our big screen, we will introduce a little bit more of our visiting artists with some of their more recent work. So when we've gathered a little bit too much glass, as we see here, our visiting artist Sayuri just drops due to the malleability of the glass. By stopping, by not turning it anymore, that glass can ooze off. And that's how we can control how much glass we want to gather. And any glass that ends up in these buckets, if it's all completely clear, we can reuse and recycle that. Our furnaces are, depending on what day it is, but usually they can reach up to 20% of them being recycled material. Every time you remelt glass, though, you melt out stabilizers, fluxes, causing a poor quality melt. Now, after our gather, we have a lot of different energies and different layers moving on. So we're using a wooden block and also a wet pad of newspaper to evenly distribute the heat and the energy around our bubble. Now, it just looks bright red and orange, especially from over here, but there's these smaller nuances of the bright red and orange. As we blow air, as Morgan blows, it takes the path of least resistance. So wherever the glass is hotter. Therefore, by using our wet pad and newspaper, as we can see, Morgan just placed a little bit of water, whichever area touches the newspaper will remain thicker. Now we cool down the bottom, which meant we're going to have a nice thick bottom. And then using our jacks, we can squeeze in the break-off area, what's going to separate our bowl from the steel rod. During this phase is usually when we're trying to achieve our diameter. How large do we want it to be? That all needs to be decided within these next few moves. These are a lot of subtle moves that are going on. Now, what happened now is with a little bit of capping by closing off our atmosphere and holding it up, that glass just, what we call squatted, we just relax the glass a little bit. Subtle design detail. Now, earlier we made a part that has been parked inside of our garage. It's going to be the bottom base of our bowl. Once again, Morgan's going to be hanging out down here. Before we bring anything out of our garage, we need to preheat it. So we elevate the glass. There's just a little hook down here if you come to the top side of the museum, which is also my favorite place to experience the museum. We like to place the glass in this top place where it can exceed temperatures of 1200. So later on, we're going to make the same pattern, the same object, but with our lace pattern that we made earlier. We're first beginning by just warming up our hands with the design. Using a little bit of different heat sources, our hot torch, that torch is a blend of forced air and forced oxygen and propane, and it burns about 4,500 degrees Fahrenheit. It's actually the hottest piece of equipment we have in our studio floor. We can use it to isolate specific areas in our glass. Hot glass likes to stick to anything that's hot. A little bit of water in our break-off area, our jack line we made earlier, and a slight tap. And the glass will release at its weakest spot. I'm trying to stop. I'm trying to tell myself don't because it's too late already.
Right now our artist is going to be working on that foot for their bowl. They're using the jacks to open up the bottom of their foot from the bottom. This process is just like a lot of reheating, tweaking things, making sure it's the shape that she wants. We're going to continue to shape the bottom with those jacks. Her assistant has that paddle there. She's going to use it to flatten the bottom. Her assistant, Morgan, is going to go grab what's called a punty. It's a transfer rod with a little tiny bit of glass on the bottom, so you can stick it to the bottom of whatever piece you're working on and flip it over and work on the top part so that we can open up the bowl part of our little bowl with a foot on it. Just making some last-minute adjustments before we get ready for that transfer rod. If you guys have any questions, feel free to raise your hand. I'm here to answer anything you're wondering. Right now we're trying to get our timing right, so while her assistant is working on the transfer rod, she's going to be taking 5 to 7 second little heats in the glory hole. Those are called flashes. That just ensures that when we go to apply our transfer rod, that our glass doesn't break from thermal shock. We're always trying to make sure our glass is the perfect temperature for exactly what we're doing. Her assistant's coming over. She's going to grab that rod with the tweezers so she knows exactly where she's going to place the punty. They're going to stick it. They're adjusting it right now. And when she feels comfortable with where it's at and the heat, she's going to go ahead and cool down that jack line, that transfer point, and knock it off. Can we get a little round of applause for our artists? So now we're working on heating up that front end that we just broke off. We're adjusting it now. So right after you apply your transfer rod, you have like a really short period of time, usually just one flash, to be able to adjust where your transfer rod is sitting. So that's what she's doing right now. When she feels comfortable with where it's at, she's going to go ahead and heat up the lip of our bowl and then start opening it up. We're starting to open up that bowl. Our artist is using what's called a sophietta. It's this kind of pointy, silly straw kind of thing with a cone on the end that makes it so that we can blow some air into the piece after it's knocked off onto the transfer rod. Those transfer rods they're not blow pipes. They're just plain pipes. They don't have a way for us to get more air in there. So when we're using our sophietta, we're pumping up the shoulder of our piece so that we get a nice, like, flat, beautiful, round side to our bowl. Now we're starting to open it up a little bit more. We're going to continue to go on the outside and the inside of our piece just to make sure that the walls are nice and straight. Again, if anybody has any questions about what's going on, just raise your hand. I'm here to answer any inquiries you might have. Our artist assistant is paddling that lip to make sure that it's nice and straight and flat. If we don't do that, sometimes the lip can come out a little bit wonky. Sometimes we don't need it if we have like a perfect shape that we want. But a lot of this part of the process is going to be tweaking things to your liking pretty much. So reheating, shaping, kind of just like using all the tools that we need to use in order to make sure that our piece comes out like the design. Right now, Sayuri is heating up that punty rod. That little piece of glass that we added to the transfer rod needs to be warm so that when we break it off, it doesn't thermal shock our piece. We want to continue heating up that transfer rod until we feel comfortable with how hot it is. Usually glass blowers can tell how hot their rod is by stopping, turning their piece, and if it falls a little bit, it's probably about time to break that off. We're going to take another 5 to 7 second heat in our reheating furnace to make sure that our piece is the perfect temperature to break off without cracking. Our artist is adding a little bit of water in that little surgical bottle to the transfer rod so that we can break it off in the exact place that we want to. Can we give our artist a round of applause? We put that piece in what's called an annealer. It's basically a kiln that starts at a high temperature and cools down our glass over a period of usually about 13 hours so that we can cool down our glass in a way that won't shock the glass. The glass gets a little stressed out sometimes under pressure and under cold temperatures, so we don't want to freak it out and make it crack. So what we're preparing to do right now is our artist Sayuri is going to make what's called a stuffed cup. It's this cup of glass that usually has our pattern in it that we want to transfer onto whatever piece we're making next with our cane. And I have an example of our cane over here. They're these long strips of colored glass that are color on the inside and clear on the outside. We use that to make patterns in our pieces. You can put them in pretty much anything. So while she's preparing that, because it is kind of a long process, her assistants are going to start another one of those footed bowls on the middle bench so that you guys still have something fun to watch. Right now on the far right bench, our artist is preparing that bubble, shaping it just the way that she wants it to be shaped so that we can cool it down and take another gather over that.
Well, we welcome everyone to the Museum of Glass from all our staff and our supporters. We wish you a happy holiday. We thank you for joining us on this fabulous Saturday afternoon or evening. The boats just came along not too long ago, so if you haven't had a chance to check those out, get some Instagram videos. Those are passing by. Today, our visiting artist, Sayiri, is working on a form. We have a quick chalk drawing of it down here. And we also have some examples of her work on this side of the pedestal. On our big screen throughout our demonstration, we will show you some more of their work that they have displayed locally. Now, with this form that we're going to produce, we wish to add some lace pattern or line work. Earlier today, if you were in here joining us, we pulled a bunch of this cane work. It's stretched across our studio floor. Now, our visiting artist, Sayiri, has all the canes laid out, and they are working on their pattern that they wish to bring to life today. You may see a little bit smoke coming from our materials. Sometimes we use a little bit of beeswax, specifically on these tools, which is where the smoke is coming from. And that ensures that we're sliding and gliding on the surface of the glass rather than scratching and scarring the material. To reheat the glass and extend the working time, we're using our chambers that are approximately 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. That's about double the temperature of the lava. And unlike some of our other reheating stations, this one is turned off at night. It takes about an hour to heat up and climb up to its 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit temperature. You're doing great, Morgan. What you been up to? And this is a little bit of the actual glass blowing part. Glass making or glass blowing has a very misleading name because we're not always blowing air through the blowpipe. In this case, one of our teammates, Jax, is taking a seat, and when we're asked to blow, it's more about the heat of the glass than the actual how hard we are blowing. Well, my name is David. I'm your educator today. If you have any questions, I am more than happy to share my knowledge and experience working with glass. Please feel free to raise your hand, shout my name. I'm going to put the mic down for a little bit, but please feel free. Well, as we celebrate today together, I do want to give a hands up. As we are concluding our event, we have an opening slot available for our or hands-on blow your own ornament event going on your left-hand side. So if you're interested in coming down to the hot shop floor, you can talk to our front desk for some more information about that. And as well as you exit the hot shop, we are having a family fun event where you can create your own little environment. Today we are working on a bowl. We have a quick chalk drawing down here with our visiting artist Sayuri. They're going to be producing some lace pattern, and we're going to lay that out and then continue our demonstration. On this side, we're seeing a little bit of the hot material coming out of the furnace. Yo, is this mine? Yes, you have a question for me? That gray color that they're working with down on this side down here, they are working with crushed up colored glass. So for our hands-on events, you'll notice that there's some crushed up material down here. This is our colored glass. They have a handful of colors to choose from. It looks like just broken sand. We call frit. Our visiting artist palette is right here. So they're working with a pink and a black, I believe. This is one of the colors that it's available to anyone who wants to make their own ornament down here, part of the museum hands-on workshop. For you, my man, yes. You want to touch it? You can touch it because you're still learning and you have lots to learn in life. Feels like sand, right? All right, so if we want to add color, this is some of that glass that we can roll into to apply a tint of that color layer. Ooh, let's explain some of this glass blowing process. The pink stuff is too good. I love pink glass. Pink glass is some of the most expensive in our industry because we add erbium and gold to it. So per kilo, it's some of the most expensive color. Focus down here in the center of the studio. We are squeezing down a jack line, a break-off portion. By squeezing down our constriction, we can separate our usable glass from the steel rod itself with that small constriction. Hot air rises, so often it's that area that experienced the most amount of heat. So we're using a paddle to shield our artist as they squeeze that portion in. Yes. Yeah. Okay, so that is done in a vacuum and sealed process. So what they do is they put in a kiln like this. All the elements are made. They're usually flame work, so that's how they're able to make so small. They place all the elements there, and they're also using a crystal glass. It's a very much higher end glass that we have here. They don't even make it in America anymore. It's usually European glass. I think it's called like shock cup or something like that. It comes in billets. It's super high quality glass, optically clear. It's used in magnifying our students that you see here. Um, they serve over 700 students across the different programs. It's still funded by him today. This museum was in part funded by Chipotle as well. So it's kind of crazy that how this man is like a big part of our community. Thank you for joining us today. Yeah, for today's special event, we selected a visiting artist for tonight. Yes. Yes. There is quite, especially here in our area, there's a handful of blow your own or hands-on blow your own events. Not as much anymore now. Had to go back to school and kind of do something different. I go to school for grant writing. It's a little bit different than glass blowing. I think glass is so beautiful. I'm so privileged to be able to even have worked within it. I think it's more important to support access to it. Like our little kids here. I mean, it's beautiful that they're here. And I think it's more important to support that. Well, if you have any questions about our demonstration, our visiting artists, or even the glass history, my name is David. I'm more than happy to answer your questions and share my knowledge and experience. For those of us just joining us here, I'll just quickly introduce our equipment. Oftentimes, that's one of the big questions we get asked. Right now, we're working on this form that we see down here. Not exactly identical to this. The top and the bottom will be different, but you'll notice we have two different bubbles. Jack in the front right now, he has the bottom bubble. Morgan in the center is working on the top cup. Heads up, that cup is not the same form as this one that we have here. Just a little imagination there. We're using a hot torch. It's the hottest piece of equipment on this studio floor, about 4,500 degrees Fahrenheit. Hot glass likes to stick to anything that's hot, and that's how we can isolate that exact area to be hot. Now, we only get one chance to do this correctly. Sure, we could detach it, start it all over, but at that point, you may just want to start all over again. A lot of glass is a balance of heat and temperature, timing, and sequence. There's different styles. The style that you're seeing here today is Italian style, a traditional Venetian style of working with glass. There is completely different styles like Swedish style that would do this in reverse. Yeah, so here in America, glassmaking is highly informed and influenced by the Milanese style. That is because the Milanese, in the late 70s, essentially, the Milanese were the first Italians to teach Americans how to work with glass in a different manner that we have been working. We've referred to this as the studio glass movement. So the Italians showed us a lot. So even the way that we work, the name of our tools are all Italian-based. Even the way that we refer to one another, the person that takes a seat center into the studio, we consider the maestro. In Italian, that typically means your grandfather, because glassmaking would be held in families. You would work for your family, and your grandfather would be the person in charge. Find it very fascinating, historically, even the way that we refer to things in glassmaking. Now we've joined both of our masses together. We just need to open the top portion of our base. So that's what we're working on. You'll notice that that area is the area that gets the brightest red and orange glow as well. That's how we can tell how hot the material is, but also the area that we're manipulating. Oh yeah, look, that's bright red and orange in that area. We use our jacks. Again, that tool sometimes uses a little bit of beeswax, so you may see some smoke coming from there. By pulling the glass out, we can create a more consistent thickness. And just like cutting paper, we can cut the thick glass off. Hand-blown glass will always go through some version of this thinning procedure. That's what makes our material so unique, is the tactility of it, the attention to detail, even in the base. Y'all are crushing it. Y'all are doing wonderful. So in the center, we're seeing a lot of this process for this, but I want to mention that on this right-hand side, we're going to be doing the same process, but with our fancy lace pattern. We've been warming up so we can produce this lace pattern. We have the pattern laid out. Our visiting artist has spent all this time pulling all these different colors. Then they can lay the pattern out. The pattern will then be heated up on a plate, and that's what's going to be happening on this side, and then it eventually will make its way to the center. So we're starting the next piece already, even though the one that we're working on is still at least 10 minutes out. One of my favorite places to view the demonstration is the top portion of the balcony. We have some beautiful lino pieces up there, but personally, it's just so amazing up there. So we're beginning by creating what's called the collar. The collar is just the mass that we're going to pick up our canes, so our lines. This rod will come back into play later on, but it will disappear for a while. Using a pie divider, we can lay our pattern out, and we know that our pattern or our bubble, our mass, should be only 1/3 the size of our diameter. Some glass makers eyeball it, some use a pie divider. Both ways is great. Well, it's now time to work on the other end. So we're going to be bringing over a transfer rod. Our fancy glassmaking term is called a punty. So Jack on the right-hand side is working on our punty, but our transfer rod will be placed on the bottom, and then we can just work on the top side of our bowl. All right, well, Jack has brought over our punny. It's all right, team. We'll bring another one out. It's not a big deal. In glassmaking, you also have to learn how to say no sometimes, which is sometimes difficult. If you don't like it, we'll just make another one and get it going the next time around. Well, we can say goodbye to our previous rod. And again, these rods have been made for our process. They're made out of a stainless steel alloy. It's a poor conductor of heat. And it's also similar to what SpaceX uses. I believe this is the most difficult move in all of glassblowing, which is the centering. After we transfer it, just a little bit adjusting to minimize it wobbling as it rotates. Well, hand-blown glass always goes through some form of thinning procedure. As we saw, we pulled our thick glass, cut it right off. Since it does end up on the ground and it is colored, we usually toss that away since the colorants will dilute or contaminate our clear glass. We also use a wooden paddle at the top to ensure that that area that we trimmed off stays nice and parallel to the bottom. And anytime we use wood, just always assume it's some form of fruit wood. It burns a lot nicer and it will last longer in our studio. Did you have a question? What kind of fuel do we use? We are using natural gas in a Venturi system, so a lot of forced air. Naturally, glass wants to melt about 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, so we use a flux soda ash, which lowers the melting temperature from 5,000 to about 2,500 degrees Fahrenheit. How long does it take to get up to temperature to do this? All right, so there's two ways we can answer that question. Our glass itself, from its raw ingredient, we get a batch form, which means it's all the ingredients mixed together. It takes about a full day to charge a furnace, and then you usually want to leave it for a day sitting so it can, I say simmer, but really we're squeezing the glass. We're eliminating the bubbles in the material. You could use it the next day, but it's going to be a lot of air bubbles everywhere. So you usually want to let it mix. In the center, our reheating station, it takes about an hour to preheat. So you always come an hour early just to turn on the equipment, load your color you're going to use for the day. Yes. So can you add additional additional material to thicken it? Yes, you can. You can add a decorative wrap to the glass. However, it would be for decoration. You cannot add more material to pull and make thinner. I would only say we would add glass for decorative bits. Yeah, if it gets too thin, you're kind of got to bite the bullet, kind of start all over again. And that's really what we love about the glass is the balance and the challenge of it. Everyone wants something super thin, but it's really hard to make it into the box at that thinness. Yeah, so our visiting artist actually works with a gallery that has written down here. It's a Japanese gallery. The gallery consistently working with Japanese artists that have used now in Seattle. It's called Kobo. That's where the real art is. All right, so the form that we see in the center, that's similar to what we're going to make. On the right-hand side, I do want to point out we're getting started on our next one that's going to be even fancier. Again, we just start off by warming up. Now it's time to add that decorative line work, the lace pattern. As you roam around the museum, even on our top balcony, all those lino pieces, every single line is one individual cane. We see our canes down here. The canes that we will be using are sitting in the newspaper. We'll leave that be. And then we're preheating up a kiln shelf down here. We've also applied a little bit of kiln wash that will prevent the glass from fusing and sticking to the plate so we don't pick up any debris. First, we begin by preheating the plate inside of our reheating chamber. Again, it's at 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. We'll lay the canes out at the same time that this is being laid out. We're getting ready to break free our object here. A little bit of water on the end of our punny. A subtle tap. A little hot torch action and on its way to the annealer. Let's give this team a round of applause. Woo! Wonderful job, Morgan. Wonderful job. You crushed it. How wonderful. So it made its way to the annealing oven. Let's give this team a round of applause one more time. All right, let's explain this process. So the annealing oven will eliminate the stress of the glass that causes it to break, crack, and explode. It's simply going from its hot temperature at 2100 to room temperature too quickly. Depending on the thickness of the glass will dictate how long it stays in here. There's an equation that you can use. Most of the time, overnight is fine. 12 hours is perfectly fine. But the thick stuff, like the stuff that you see up there, that lino stuff, it could be a few days inside of a cooling oven. All right, we're going to reset our studio here. We have our canes being laid out. We'll slowly preheat them. And then when we return, we're going to be making a similar object, this time with lines and lace work. If you want to see some of what that lace pattern looks like, our gallery, specifically our Nancy Callan one, is a great example of the techniques that we're going to be using here today in our demonstration. For myself and all of our staff here at the Museum of Glass, we thank you and we wish you a happy holidays. When we return, our visiting artist Sayuri will continue their demonstration. Well, it looks like our kiln shelf is now being preheated and heated up, all heated up, all going in. Now, we began our demonstration with pulling a lot of these canes. And now it's time to break them in and use them for our demo. Sorry, we made a collar earlier in our demonstration. This is that part of the process that's so fascinating because we're turning these lines into similar lace pattern that we see at our top. Now we're going to create this plate first into a cylinder, and then from a cylinder we can produce a tube or a bubble. Oftentimes it's zipper, that portions that meet one another. We want to make sure that the canes meet side to side and they don't overlap one another. Well, eventually we will be joining both lace patterns together, and that's how we're going to add different layers. Again, great examples always here in our top balcony, but also in our galleries. Sometimes you'll see that the lace pattern has been doubled up, multiple layers. So that's what we're going to do. The one in the center will become a cup. We will place that cup on the bottom, on the ground, and then Morgan down here has another core, more lace pattern. We will place that core inside of the cup, and that's how we'll join both layers. off, no air. So on this side, I'm standing by to blow air. And when we're asked to blow, it's very light, just about 1 or 2 psi. It's more about how hot the glass is. Right now, we're turning this mass, this bubble, into an open cup. We call a color cup. It's going to have, eventually we will break it free, place it on the ground, and then taking the core that Morgan has on the right-hand side, we're going to stuff that core inside of this cup, and that's how we're going to join both masses together. We're creating what we call a color cup or a stuff cup. Do we have any questions from our audience? Any questions about our process? It's completely fine. Once again, from everyone here at the Museum of Glass and our staff, we thank you for hanging out and we wish you a happy holidays. As we prepare for our merging of our bubbles together, I do want to introduce you to this process of stuffing a cup. We have a video on our big screen here we're going to play shortly, but I also want to introduce you to our visiting artist, Sayiri, and some of their works. We have some examples here on our pedestal and on our big screen. We'll also introduce you some of their work as well. And after that, we'll play the color cup video for y'all. I'll be roaming around if you have questions as well.
There are various ways to color molten glass, each allowing the artist to experiment with different effects and designs. One way is to create a color cup. Color cups are used to push a design to the edges of the glasswork, creating a jewel-like, opaque, or textured finish. Artists can create color cups in advance as raw materials or break off a fresh cup for use. Once heated to about 1,000 degrees, a cup is stuffed or encased around a clear glass bubble. The color cups can be layered, heated, and shaped to create unique designs and patterns in the final piece of glasswork.
And that was a wonderful introduction to the colored cup technique, which we are just about to see here shortly. Jack in the center down here. He has our color cup. He's preheating the weak spot on it. Our visiting artist, Sairi, is preheating, and they are going to gather a hot layer of hot glass that will fuse both layers together. So there needs to be a fresh layer to sandwich both layers. This is going to be a little tucked away and hidden. I do want to give you a heads up, but it's directly in front of our bench here. A great spot to view this is the top balcony. So if you're up there and get some amazing views. All right, Sairi gathers that fresh layer. It's going to fuse both masses together. And timing is key here. Want to make sure that that layer is fresh enough. And also we have enough material. So if we feel like we have too much, we need to remove some of it before it goes into the cup. Okay, so yes, we place it on the ground, so it's the vertical area that we want it, and then we can place the next pattern inside of there. The pattern, it's very condensed right now, but as we introduce more air and expand it, we'll see that those layers begin to split. So yes, right now we're in the design aspect of it, and after this we can make our vessel. Our bowl. We're going to make a bowl like this one right here. We're going to split that mass into two parts. One part for the bottom and then one part for the top. Yes, you can make anything from here on out. Especially like the things up there, all those lace pattern is the same thing we just saw right here. Yeah, so even... Ooh, this is a good one too. Okay, so all those pieces, you notice there's a lace pattern and then there's a color layer. So the lace pattern is a color cup, like we saw here. And then the core is the color. And then that's placed together. And then that's how you would get maybe black laces, black canes, with a green base, just like we see up there. So there's always different layers. Think about it as like when you see the object, there's the color layer, the pattern layer, and then also the glass itself. The glass itself is a layer. Sizing, because one gather of glass will be enough to make like a shot glass, but if you want something like this, you're going to need to take multiple layers. So we have a layer of the flowers, a layer of cane, and then the layer of blue. So we have 3 different layers. Usually those are made into color cups, and then you fill them up.
But I guess I'm still confused about why you have clear glass at all. Is it just because it's
Mass, for thickness.
oh, just so that? But I mean, like, make it all blue, right? I guess would that just look weird?
Yeah, you could. I guess what I'm referring to is like the thinness of it, the material.
But you could make, I guess, a similarly thick material into this color, right? Or
Yeah.
is that no? Okay.
Yeah, it's possible, but typically you wouldn't want to waste small color like that.
Okay,
You
cool.
would
So it's
only
like
a very thin layer and then always sandwich between clear.
that makes so much sense. Okay, cool. Thank you. Cool, cool, cool.
Absolutely, that's a great question. It is. So, oh my bad, my apologies. So here too, like when I show this, this is my favorite color. We have to be very gentle because a color bar like this, if it's blue, this color bar will make maybe like 50 cups. A blue color bar, maybe like $30, 40, but this is pink, so we're looking at 120 just for the bar.
And obviously you don't want to make it all. That's so
Yeah,
cool.
exactly.
Thank you.
What's your gas bill?
Oh, that's above my pay grade. I do not know. I am afraid to ask. It's definitely added in that. All right, so since we had a handful of us join us here, I love all these questions. Once again, my name is David. Please feel free to shout my name or raise your hand, and I'm more than happy to share my knowledge and experience. With that said, let's just quickly introduce our equipment, what they do, and their temperatures. Down on our left-hand side, we have our furnace. We have 1,000 pounds of molten glass sitting behind this door. There's a ceramic pot, so I imagine it as a hot bowl of glass that's on all year around, 365 days a year. If we turn it off right now, it has 1,000 pounds of glass as well, but it would take like a month to cool down. So instead of waiting a month, we leave it on all year around. Next door, we have our reheating stations. It's the ones with the round opening. There is no glass inside of those chambers. It's just heat. They're about 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, so they are slightly hotter than the furnace. We have an unlimited amount of usage in them. They take an hour to preheat, and we turn them off when we're done. One of our tools that we can use is a wet pad of newspaper. It's one of our favorite, or personally one of my favorite tools. But it's how we can control in which the glass expands. As we blow air, it takes the path of least resistance, so wherever the bubble is hotter. Oftentimes, that is the tip of the glass because the tip is the first thing to enter the chamber, the last thing to leave, so no matter what, the bottom will always blow out. So you'll notice that we cool down that area to A, produce a thicker bottom, and B, control how that bubble is blowing out. So as we paper the sides and the bottom of it, Morgan is on the opposite side. They are asked to blow. So the bubble expands in the area that was not touched by the newspaper pad. At the same time, there's a lot of radiating heat coming from the glass. Again, the reheating chamber being at 2,300 degrees, we can use a wooden paddle to shield our visiting artist Sayiri from the radiating heat. We're also using a propane torch. It's approximately 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. And we're using it to preheat the area that we wish to separate or create a constriction part. The constriction will be the weak spot that separates the vessel from the steel rod itself. So we're going to create that break-off point. We call, as glass makers, a jack line. And that's simply because the tool that we use is called the jacks. So here we go. We're squeezing that break-off point, shielding our gaffer, our visiting artist, Sayiri, from the radiating heat. At the same time, Morgan is standing by to introduce more air if our visiting artist, Sayiri, wishes so. It's going to be a plate? No, I believe it's going to be more like a bowl like this. Maybe a little taller. Now, if you wish to see some of our visiting artist artwork outside of the Museum of Glass during your experience or your visit here to our lovely Washington State, Sayuri works and displays their work at the Kobo Gallery. That's a Seattle-based art gallery located in the historic Japantown district. And that's where they have some of their work. Once again, the Kobo Gallery in Seattle. Yep, exactly. You got it. One of my favorite places to experience the museum is always the top balcony. I just highly recommend it. My favorite spot. If I'm not down here, I'm usually up there. And we are winding down to the last 15 minutes here at the Museum of Glass. So if you haven't had a chance to check out our galleries, our Nancy Callan Forces at Play galleries, oh my God, just so gorgeous. So if you haven't had a chance to experience or check out the rest of the museum, now is your last chance and opportunity. But from everyone here at the Museum of Glass, our members and our staff, we wish you happy holidays. If not, just stick with us until 9 o'clock. Well, we've moved on to our transfer rod, and now it's time to begin working on the top half of our bowl here. We are wrapping up our experience here at the Museum of Glass, but don't forget that our doors will open once again tomorrow with visiting artists. Intersection pattern. I want the weave pattern, bro.
Crisscross?
Yeah, I just want a weave pattern. And then I want it amber. I have the colors in my mind.
Because, like, you know, I would, if you, like, twist cane and then flatten it, if you twist it even, it should look like Reticello, right? You know what I'm saying?
I don't really want Reticello. I guess I want intersection, which isn't. I don't know. I just have an idea in my mind of what I want the pattern to look like. How will I get there? I'm yet to decide exactly how I get there.
I'm saying, though, like, if you had some, a solid mass of glass, you rolled up canes on the outside, and then twisted it, you flatten that.
Okay.
Since it's all on the outside, if you
Oh, I
twist
would
it
get that
evenly,
inside. Okay,
you
yeah,
would
yeah.
get a crisscross that would look, you know, because it'd be the inside
Let's try that.
outside.
Let's try that.
I was just trying to figure out how
Simplify.
I would do that.
All right, well, we're moving on, transitioning using our newspaper pad, our jacks, but then there's also another tool that we're going to throw in the mix, which is these large wooden ones. Just a little bit softer when it enters on the inside of the glass. As well as we used a puffer, one of these tools here. That's because we want to minimize any scratching or scarring, so essentially contact that we make with the inside of our bowl. So we are down to our last few minutes, our last 5 minutes here before the museum closes. But the last thing I wanted to mention on the mic during this process is that you'll notice that we paper a lot of the lip area. It's because as soon as that lip area is wide open, the bowl is essentially done. So that's the last area that we want to work on. It's everything before that. So when we look at our little diagram here on the floor, we're working on the sides of the bowl and not the lip. The lip is the last thing. So again, typically we begin by papering that lip area so it can cool down. The stem. Yeah, this one we're going to finish it right on the nick of time. All right, so as we wrap it up, the last step that we take is we will place our bowl inside of our annealing oven where it will cool down slowly overnight and it'll eliminate the stress, and then tomorrow morning it will be at room temperature and we can use it if we like. From everyone here at the Museum of Glass and our staff and our supporters, we thank you for hanging out with us this lovely Saturday evening. Let's give our team a round of applause and yourself. The museum will now be closing. Now you don't have to go home. You just cannot stay here. Once again, thank you everyone for joining us. Have a wonderful evening and Godspeed.